modern science. I need to check one more thing, actually, because I think I might have fucked something up. I say as the stream is on. And I'm
We'll do it live.
frantically checking.
Fuck it. Do it live. Do it live.
Anthony,
I can't.
I got scared something was wrong.
No, I'm
I can't think of a
memeing,
single streamer I've watched that's not.
not live.
Okay, I see. Yes, this highlight was actually session 15, and I didn't highlight that properly, and I didn't highlight it at all, actually.
I don't think any of us.
Jesus. That was loud. Just give me 1 second, I want to make sure that this at least is highlighted very quickly so I don't lose a session. Okay. That's doing that now. Apologies for the second delay there, but nonetheless, last time in Augon Renewal of Shadow, as you all had arrived finally to the town of Wolford and have been going about your business inside after having met with the mayor and done some of your own things. The last session, several things happened. Several individuals went and did some things. Firstly, let's talk. Sylus went to the Dragon's Tinctures, where he spoke with the owner of the establishment, and he acquired some potions and antidotes. I think he just acquired an antidote, actually. That's it. Acquired one antidote, and then went along on his way, and went to go find the market district, the trade district, where he went and attempted to communicate to likely other people who could understand Thieves' Cant that he was looking for some poisons. What he didn't expect was that it in fact invited some trouble, as the guard captain, Captain Galtra, approached him. This gnome woman, or is she a halfling? I don't exactly remember. Let's see what it says. Gnome woman. As she approached him and was very upset and cross, seemed to be very annoyed, as she made it clear that poisons are very illegal in Destin, and Sylus attempted to hide the fact that he knew that, to which she was able to catch the lie, and needed some convincing on why she shouldn't just arrest Sylus right now. Luckily, Sylus was able to do so, and convinced her that it was not worth arresting him at the moment, as he was here to have some help for the town and set up for the Winter Remembrance. So she left him off with a warning and with a stamp on his identification card that would go away that would fade if she was thoroughly pleased with not having to have to deal with any problems from Sylus, and they departed with her saying for him to not get into any trouble, for she would use it as an excuse to lock him up because she does not want to deal with the headache. Sylus then went to return to the inn. While that was happening, Josie and Astrid, did you guys just go straight back to the inn? No, you went to a gun store. As Josie and Astrid went to go purchase, Josie more specifically, went to purchase some ammunition for her weapons, and then they went back to the inn. Isaac, Carolina, and Beryl met back up after Isaac and Carolina went to fetch her, and then returned back to the inn. As the three of them returned first, they found Sol, and Sol's new, what's the word I'm looking for? Acquaintance. There it is. New acquaintance, Satanta, who Isaac instantly recognized as a Knight of the Four and as a Knight of Camelon, both prestigious orders of knights and prestigious titles, in fact. As the four of them, five, I think, actually, counting Satanta, had some discussions and talked about some things while inside the inn, after rooms were purchased, of course, for you all. Some of you purchasing rooms. And then, trickling in one by one, well, not one by one, then arriving, both at the same time, Astrid, Josie, and Sylus met up with each other outside of the inn, discussed some things, and then went inside of the inn, where more discussions began between the party, as you all discussed some things and sat at the table with Satanta, who answered some questions as well, and egged Isaac on to doing a bit of drinking that perhaps Isaac was not fit for, as that was happening. But eventually, a woman came, a dragonborn? Lizard folk woman, approached over and said, I could be wrong, but nonetheless, the woman approached over and got Satanta's attention, calling him captain, and gesturing for him to follow, as he got up and left you all to your own devices at the table, where some more discussions went on for a bit, before some commotion outside got all of your attention. As, turning toward the door, some of you went to leave while Astrid stayed behind with Isaac Josie stayed behind initially with Isaac to keep an eye on him. As the rest of everyone went outside, where a strange caravan traveled through the middle of the town, made of what looked like a very strong blue steel that was covered across it with markings and runes, being pulled by skeletal rotted horses and being led by, as I described last week, the greenish yellow, like a toad, leathery skinned individuals with sunken eyes, a flat nose, and very well-made armor and weaponry traveling through the middle of the city. Sylus recognized these individuals as the ones that were described to him by a confidant that he had met, that looked like the creatures that the individual who ripped him and Josie off, traveled with. Sylus, wanting answers about that, called out the name he knew of the individuals, just getting a sneer from one of them. Seeing that as recognition enough, Sylus approached. Then he was smacked on the side of the head with the weapon of the creature, getting knocked to the ground as he was threatened to be cut open from stomach to neck if he said another word or approached again. Afterwards, tensions began to rise. Astrid ran back inside to fetch Josie, and Sylus slowly got himself to his feet, tried to ask one more question before being threatened again, and then the situation appeared to be growing more tense. The guards stood around, weapons drawn, not happy at the assault of someone in their town closing in. As before the situation could reach any dire climax, Satanta arrived. Holding his large spear in hand, he approached... Well, now you know it's a spear. Holding the large pole in hand, he approached the caravan and was able to get close enough to start talking with them, and said plainly that if he just escorted them out of town, there would be no issue. The creatures took issue with that and were very dismissive of the idea that they needed to be escorted out of the town, but quickly warmed up to it once Satanta unwrapped the tip of the spear underneath the cloth that covers it. As all of you outside, especially all of you that were trained in magic outside, felt an intense ping of magic coming from the spear. Mighty and strong, as even the smallest part of the metal appeared. Seemingly intimidated by the intense power coming off of the spear, as they could clearly sense it, the creatures agreed to be escorted out of the town. As they disappeared from sight, slowly walking as Satanta followed behind them. and then you all returned inside where you wait and talked about some more things. Anyone have any questions before we get back into it? Comments, concerns, anything I left out that they thought was important from last session that I should have covered? All right. If that's the case, I am going to offer a question. Are we skipping forward to a bit later in the night, just when it's starting to become dinner time? Or are we going, or do you all need to roleplay anything additionally before the arrival of dinner time? I suppose one thing I did leave out is that Sylus seemingly wanted to go to an establishment called the King's Coin that he knew of before at dinner time, though he didn't inform anyone of the name of the place, and he seemingly roped Carolina into coming with him after communicating with her in Thieves' Cant. That is something that I left out. Though he did make his intentions clear to everyone that he had dinner plans, correct? To go somewhere else, not just Carolina?
Yes.
Okay. So, that being said, are we...
Didn't say where or for what.
Yes. Are we skipping forward to the just on the crisp of dinner time, or are you all do you all have anything else to discuss or do before such things?
Now, I know we said that Isaac doesn't drink, so you didn't have me roll a Constitution save, but just to see if I was drunk or not. But can we roll to see how drunk I am? Because that will affect.
If
what
you'd
I
like
wanna
to do that, you can.
Yeah, would that be a Constitution save?
Sure. I wouldn't say
Okay,
that's
he's-
very drunk, but that's up
No,
to you.
he's drunk, but
Let's get this
he's
boy
not
some
super
water.
drunk. Yeah, let's get this boy some water. That would be the only thing is that well, I'm assuming the party would fill in Isaac as to what happened outside because he was crying he was inside and
That would be
on
up to the
outside.
party.
Yeah, we'd probably do that, but like maybe under hushed voice. Just to
Okay.
avoid drawing further attention.
As I said at the end of
All right,
sessions,
well, yeah.
just his book until dinner time.
All right, well, Isaac will nurse some water to not be super drunk, but that's it. We can skip to.
Anyone have any issues with skipping to dinner time, to the crisp of dinner time? Okay. As it arrives around the time where it would soon be dinner time in, say, about like 10 or 20 minutes for you all. As Sylus, you would realize that, all of you would be realizing that. What do you all do with you all sat together?
Well, I guess it is about time that I go head out for my date.
You said you wanted me to accompany you, right?
I wouldn't be opposed to you potentially meeting someone there. No.
Okay. Then I'm ready to go when you are.
Are you?
Carolina,
Sorry, go ahead.
Hmm?
just a quick word.
I'll go to Barrel.
Right.
Yes.
Are you all moving away from the table, or are you talking at the table because you were all at the
I would
table
take
initially?
I would take a step away from the table
Okay.
for private conversation. Right. Right. Well, that was a bit much back then, and it seems like Silas might be a bit on edge. If you're going with him to dinner on his date, is it a double date?
I guess we'll find out.
Right. Either way, just keep an eye on him. We'd appreciate
Mm-hmm.
no more
I'm
dangerous interactions with folks that are looking to put blades to our throats.
Mm-hmm. No, I'll make sure nothing bad happens to us. You have my word.
All right. Thanks.
We probably won't be back too late, I'd say.
You know where to find us.
Mm-hmm.
And at that, Beryl is going to just make her way back to the to the bar and order some dinner for everybody.
You're ordering food for everyone.
Well, she would ask.
Actually, wait. You guys get dinner with the room.
Oh, okay.
So you get food with the room, but
Alright.
you get
Then I'll
served
just
dinner
go back
with
to
the
the.
room.
I'll just go back to the table.
I'll also follow to go back to the table.
As they arrive
Rosie,
back
are
at
you
the
going to
table.
be all right taking care of Isaac over here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got lots of hands.
I'm fine. I swear. I'm doing
Mhm.
better. I'm sorry. I don't.
Never apologize for getting pissed drunk in a bar.
I mean, if there was ever a
It's
place
only
to
something
do
that drunks do.
Mm.
Only people with drinking problems apologize for drinking. Isaac.
Next time we should take it slow.
Yeah, maybe don't. Sorry.
No, say it. Go ahead.
No, I was laughing at something else. Maybe just learn what drinks to drink certain ways. Like wine, you don't pound all in one go.
Well, it's a learned experience, and I'm always open to knowledge. That said, I will drink some more water.
Yes. The drink that'll never disappoint you.
You should probably not down that one all at once either. I've heard that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
I
Would you
have.
like me to get rid of your affliction?
Can you do that? Because I'll be honest, I don't really enjoy being this sloshed.
Well, I do feel responsible for this in a wise. So, okay. And she puts her hand on his shoulder and casts Lesser Restoration.
It would cure it.
Damn. He sobers up immediately. Wow. Jeez. That's some sobering coffee you got there.
Is what I do.
Thank you, Soul.
On that note, Carolina, shall we?
We shall.
Have fun on your date.
House will get up and go to head out.
Sure. As you all
I'll
go to head
follow.
out, and you're going to... Are you trying to find someone to give you directions to the place? Or you got directions already, actually? Sorry.
I already got directions.
Yes. As you're going to start heading that way. Okay. While they do that, the rest of the group at the bar, what are you doing?
I would like to begin to read the newspapers on the serial killings that I got.
Sure.
Great dinner read.
Yeah, I know, right? Really appetizing.
How many did you buy?
I
Very-
bought four
very sobering
newspapers.
reading.
Okay.
Yeah. And And I guess I'll just read the Winter Remembrance book.
Okay. You'll get some reading in on that already.
Do the newspapers tell me anything? Well, what did they tell me about the suspect? And
I'll get to that.
okay,
Waiting for what other people are doing as well,
okay,
so
my
that
bad.
I know what the whole repertoire of people are doing.
I did say that she was looking over diagrams in the books left behind for her, but she's also just sort of sitting there watching other people read.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly eating owl cookie. And definitely just sticking and unsticking the magnet from the gun.
Mm-hmm.
For like a while.
Astrid?
I think Astrid's probably just scribbling music notes, like she's like composing something or like trying to at least.
Sure. Soul?
She's just quickly devouring her food.
Okay. On the note of a music note, while you all are sitting about in the room, you see what looks like a burlier-looking man carrying what looks like up to one of the stage in the bar, up what looks like a large harp. I don't know if the ones that are like big that like are massive have a specific name, but you know what I'm talking about. You know, like big Jack and the Beanstalk style harp. But a large harp gets brought up to the stage that looks a bit peculiar. It's designed rather strangely. Firstly, it's made with a darker metal, and you see that it is wrapped around with decoration, what look like wreaths of cloth, like just snow-colored cloth wrapping around the sides of the harp in places that wouldn't be obtrusive to the strings itself. And atop the harp itself as well, there is what looks like a raven designed at the top of it. Beryl, you'll instantly recognize this from reading your book, in fact, actually, so you'll just know what this is currently. But those of anyone else hanging around can roll history. Probably not you, Josie. I should have this open. I'll say an advantage for you, Astrid, that you'd likely know about this. Okay. Yeah, as all of you, aside from Josie, are aware that this is a traditional Winter Remembrance, both decoration and instrument. Firstly, it is used to play songs that are traditional for Winter Remembrance, but also it is sort of a, an iconic thing of the holiday itself. It's the decoration of the holiday, you could say. Places put it up, even families that people can't even actually use the harp, if they can afford it, would put up one of these as well. They're just a decoration of the season, while also having a function to it, if people can use it. So you'd all be aware of that as you are waiting around. But, unless anyone has any comments or things to say about that, moments pass, and then walking inside the bar is a familiar face to Astrid and Josie. Tika, or the fake Tika, as you know, walks in, wearing her, not her work clothes, but wearing what looks like still rather light clothes for the season. She's wearing long pants, but she still has almost like a tank top on, and just walks in. As you'd see her nod to the individual at the front who handles the keys, as he just gives a smile and a nod back.
Yeah, Astrid will wave her over.
She'd see that and begin to walk over as she would approach, as she'd go, "Sup?"
What are you drinking? I'll cover it.
Looks at the table, though. Think dwarven mead, dwarven honey. Looks at the table again and goes, rather crowded here.
Hi there.
I'm sorry.
Name's Beryl.
Nods to you. Didn't know there was going to be a whole group of other people there with here as well.
If you're uncomfortable, we can find another table.
Not uncomfortable, just would have liked to know it before.
Josie, why don't you finish introducing her to everyone, and I'll go get the mead.
Oh,
My mom invited someone over with the world's barkiest dogs in the world, and they're hanging out in the backyard. So
We'll get him in here.
no,
yeah, dog party.
no, they suck.
Right. Y'all, this is your name
Just
still
call me Tika. It's my
okay,
name.
even though you're not at work anymore?
Just looks at you.
Okay, this is Tika. She works down at the Enchanted Forge. She once made a thing. Hold on. She once made something called a Dragon Bone Crusher, which could both crush dragon bones and was made of dragon bones, which I think is pretty clever. These are the people that we travel with. These are our friends, because that's Soul and Beryl, who said her name, and that's Isaac, who is no longer crying.
Well, why'd you have to go and tell her that, Josie?
Because you're not anymore.
Regardless of it, whether it's true or not, you just... no.
It was unrelated to anything.
You getting a cup or a bottle, Astrid?
Astrid's gonna get a bottle because Tika was like, I didn't realize people were gonna be here, and Astrid's like, oh shit.
8 silver pieces. No, that's silver.
8,
Sorry,
gotcha.
copper.
Okay.
If you don't have copper pieces, they can break copper for you. They can break silver for you. Okay. Soul, are you doing anything, by the way? I forgot to ask you. That's my bad.
No, you did. She was just eating and people
Oh, okay,
watching.
sorry. I did ask. I'm just crazy. Thank you. I'm just deranged. Okay, so you'd get the drink, and you'd start walking back. As Tika would sit down, she would be careful to place herself in a place where she's, like, close to the people she actually knows, so she'd probably be near Josie or Astrid when she returned, but try to have an empty spot next to her so she's not next to anyone else that she was unaware of. Appearing very deliberate in that.
She's super relatable then.
For the record, Tika, I'm not a crier. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but like, I'm not normally somebody who cries. I just want to let that be known.
I don't know why you gotta explain that to me. Everyone cries.
You're right. Everybody does cry. There's nothing wrong with it.
Astrid,
Did you hear about the murder?
Astrid, you get back to the table as she says, "Did you hear about the murder?" With the bottle. You have anything to say or do when you get back?
She's just gonna pour her a drink because she does not know how to fix that.
She just looked at you and said, "You just leave the bottle."
Yes, she'll just leave the bottle.
She'll pop it open and she'll pour her own drink, leaving the bottle open after doing it and just having it lay there. Weird conversation starter. Which one? There's been a couple recently.
Well, I only know about that one, and she's pointing to Isaac's paper.
Yeah, I heard about the serial murders. On that note, Isaac, I'll tell you what you got. 4 people were killed. there was no connecting distinctions between any of them. All of them seemingly at random. There were suspects that the guard had in mind, but nobody was sharing that information outwardly. They weren't publishing any information on known suspects. And then they caught the individual behind it, the Magi fellow, and he was actually someone that they were completely unaware of. They caught him in the act of drowning a fifth individual who they were able to save. What was a halfling man who was being drowned via being tied to a rock and thrown into a lake.
Jeez. Where did they catch him?
They caught him. Do. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the name.
No, take your time.
They caught him on the outskirts of a town named Ainsville, one that has a small lake at the side of it.
And how? Would I know if like this is, if Wolford is kind of like the central hub for law and order? Would it wouldn't be unusual for them to bring him to this place after arresting him?
For
kind of?
nearby towns, yes, because Wolford is a bigger town. And there's no city nearby. Though
How
some
is
consider
Wolford
Wolford a city in itself, though it's not. What's your question, Alex?
How is Wolford situated compared to Ainsville and Ghost Town?
What do you mean by that?
Like, I'm trying to, like, because they're also drowning, so I'm trying to see if, like, if I were looking at a map, if there's, like, a line, maybe, between, you know what I mean?
Between the places where it happened?
Yeah.
You'd need a map. And you'd
Okay.
need the exact locations of, like, Ainsville and the other towns.
Yeah, I guess Astrid does not know where Ainsville is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
you'd need both a map, and then you'd need the map to be marked to have Ainsville and all the other places on it as well.
Okay.
But that is the information you got, and as well, he is being held currently at the Wolford Barracks. Scheduled for an eventual execution. Well, the execution's not scheduled yet, planned for an execution eventually. Nonetheless, continuing on, she goes, "Nasty business, glad it's seemingly put an end to. Guy's probably not going to be executed for a while, though.
What makes you say that?
Winter Remembrance starting right now. People are antsy about it, want it to look real nice and pretty. So they're not going to have a public execution of someone in the middle of a remembrance.
That does make sense.
Be pretty fitting for some of the intent of the original holiday, if you ask me, but just shrugs.
How do you get it from crushing itself?
Huh?
How do you get it from crushing itself? The dragon bone crusher. It's made of dragon bone, and it crushes dragon bone. How do you get it from crushing itself?
Why would it crush itself? Do you think a mace would crush itself if it broke someone else's bone?
Well, it's not made of... You said it's...
You refine it. Dragon bone on its own is not going to make a real good weapon. You gotta forge it into one.
Can I see it?
I don't have it anymore.
Oh. Where is it?
Gave it to the customer that requested it.
Oh. Do you have any other dragon bones?
No.
Oh.
Probably would be a bit expensive even if I did.
Pulls out her journal and adds, "Find a dragon bone." And then underneath it, "Refine it." Whatever that means.
Beryl uses a weapon.
Karina, I love you so much. Oh, I need another pen.
Beryl uses a weapon.
She sure does.
She does!
She sure does.
Sure, a lot
Beryl
of you,
uses the weapon and Josie doesn't know what it is.
sure,
I do. It's a maquahito, and she pulls it out.
Sure, a lot of you folk use weapons. Made one or two of those things before.
What's your favorite weapon, out of curiosity?
Axes.
Any particular reason?
Fucking left-handed. Bullshit.
Good for breaking shit, good for killing shit.
Simple and effective.
You got some bullshit in your way, got an axe, you can probably break it. Got some dickhead in your way who's gonna kill you, got an axe, you can probably kill him. Takes another sip of a drink.
Beryl keeps drinking the wine. So, have you... Well,
Just staring blankly as people are stumbling over words when talking to her.
He mentioned you had a daughter. How old is she?
Probably like 25 or something by this point.
Oh, my age then.
Yeah. Don't know though, honestly. It's been a while since I've seen her. Haven't been back to Praxmore in a while.
You're from Praxmore.
Not from there. I lived there for a bit.
Isaac is also from Praxmore. As we had mentioned.
Oh, you're the Praxmore boy then. Yeah, you did mention that.
Yeah, that's me. I'm born and raised.
I'm not from there. Lived there for a bit with my girl. I'm from Hassal, though.
Well, what does your daughter do?
Ha! She's a guard.
I don't suppose she's big into reading.
Think she's bigger into, No, sorry, she wouldn't say that. No, that's not true. No, definitely not particularly. Big into fighting.
Huh. Chances are I don't know her then. I was gonna say maybe she stopped in my shop.
Doubt she stopped in any bookshop, but I might know her. She's a bit of a famous gladiator because of that big old arena you got in the city. Isaac, you'd be aware of the Praxmore Coliseum. It's a place for, fighting sport that doesn't result in any deaths or anything. It's not blood sport. They use magics to keep people alive, but it's like life or death fights without the death part.
Your daughter is one of the champions of the arena.
Yeah, you could say that. Doesn't do as much fighting these days, from what I understand. Does more watching, but she used to do a lot of it.
What's her name? Maybe I've seen her in the papers.
Goes by, title, was it Red Lightning of Praxmore?
It was Red Lightning.
Red Light. I wasn't sure if it was Red Lightning or Red Thunder. Just wanted to make sure. I didn't think I'd say Red Thunder because I'm not stupid, and I wouldn't call thunder red because thunder is a sound, not a thing or a it's yeah. Anyway, called the Red Lightning of Praxmore as her title. Don't really feel comfortable going around giving her name out, even if she's famous. I don't know how she feels about that. You'd recognize the
Would
title.
Isaac be aware? The Red Lightning is your daughter?
Yep.
She. Would I know if she's like a rising star or a veteran?
Oh, she's a veteran by this point, but she was like the rising star. You, in fact, know. Roll history.
I will roll history.
I will check that.
The Red Lightning of Praxmore is a very famous figure in Praxmore, and in fact, she is one that is, in fact, not allowed to participate in Coliseum fights anymore that aren't between veterans, because she continued to shut down any sort of newcomer, and it was causing the arena to become very stagnant.
Oh, holy shit, is she the Michael Jordan of the arena?
I need to fix the chat bar real quick. Don't know why it's doing that.
I thought you were gonna say I need to look up Michael Jordan. Real quick.
Yeah, because I don't know Michael Jordan like I've not... Yeah, okay, dude.
Now we need a Space Jam of Praxmore Coliseum.
But yes, you know that about her. Aside from that, you've not ever met her before.
Well, you must be very proud of her. That's quite the accomplishment.
She's got a good head on her shoulders. I guess I'm a bit proud, you could say. Think she could do with not enjoying hitting things as much as she does. But what do I know? Maybe she's straightened up ever since I left.
Does your partner still live in Praxmore?
Oh, no. Been dead for a while now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Just shrugs. People die, it's what they do. We weren't particularly, like, close or anything like that. The look Karina gave to the camera at that was very funny.
I just had a kid with them. It's not like we're close or anything.
Not close.
Kind of an arranged thing from back in Hassal.
I'm familiar with that.
Yep. Didn't hate the guy, but I mean, he was all right. He felt the same about me, I imagine. Once we got free of the place, we did our own things. Took care of our little girl when we could, and you know, he was fine. I love the incredible pauses of silence during this. For a woman that was
I think
invited
it's-
here for dinner.
I think it's extremely accurate.
Mm-hmm.
In part, it's because the dogs are going off. I gotta mute.
They're not that bad.
Or when my
honestly.
mother is laughing
Yeah,
really
they're
loudly.
They're really not that bad. Sincerely.
Well, I just can see that it's picking up. Discord's picking it up, so.
Don't always trust that. Because again, Discord sometimes shows that it's picking up something, but doesn't actually say something.
Broadcast.
I'll let you know if it's being intrusive or anything. But nonetheless,
Okay.
she takes a sip of the drink and she go, "So, what's your business here in good old Wolford?"
We're here to set up the festival.
That's quite the job.
How so?
Just a lot of work. Got an entire town that's basically a fucking city to put all that decoration and shit and plan for.
Does it bring in business?
It does usually. I can't say I expect it to bring in much business this year.
Is it because of the war?
Yep. War tends to stop people from wanting to travel too much, especially when it's from the when it's from the two biggest giants in the goddamn continent. Minute that evolves into a full-out fire and not just a sorry, no. She goes,
Well,
the minute that turns from a small house fire into a full fucking forest fire is gonna be real troubling for this damn place.
if you don't think many people are going to come, why are they throwing all this money at getting it all pretty like?
I couldn't fucking tell you, honestly. Maybe the mayor's hopeful about people showing up. Maybe she's got something else planned. Maybe she's just stupid. Maybe a little bit of column A, maybe a little bit of column B.
Oh, speaking of the festival, does someone actually play that harp? And she gestures to the one that's on the stage.
Sometimes, usually we got a player comes in, plays a song or two here, but don't know if they're around. They're just setting up the decorations now. Eventually it'll get played. But there is music being played in the tavern right now, just not, the harp is not being played.
Yeah, she was just asking specifically because it
Yeah,
seems
yeah.
like this was some sort of ritualistic thing for the festival.
You know, someone will be playing here every night on that harp come the start of the festival itself.
Is it fun, the festival?
It can be. Gets me off of work for like 5 days. Can't complain too much about that. Aside from that, usually brings in good food, good drink. Won't say it brings in good people because I think most of the fucking tourists that end up coming here are a bit annoying. But it's fun enough. I'm not the religious type, so I don't take much heed in its religious practices. Not that I think anybody else in this town does, though they'll probably claim that they do.
Oh, you may know the answer to this. Do you know why there's a garden dedicated to Illustria?
Takes a sip of her drink. Can't say I know. Probably want to ask one of the town historians, librarian, or maybe that councilwoman lady that lives here now. Hell, if you're feeling real bold, you could go ask Vidath. She takes a sip from her drink.
Who's that?
Grumpy drow man lives on the outskirts of the town. Bit of an asshole. But one of those assholes that, isn't that bad of a guy.
Have we gotten that name before, Jake?
You have not.
Can you type it for me, please?
Yes. A lot of people around here don't trust him because, well... Let's just say he's not from around, these, above-ground parts.
Ah, I see.
Takes another sip, she goes. And some people are a bit, well, let's say, racist, to put kindly. The bluer the skin, or the purpler the skin of the drow gets, the more, cautious they'll get with him.
That's
Just-
interesting. So he's not a surface drow, but he has some connection with Illustray.
From what I understand, I've seen him I've seen him cleaning up that shrine to Illustrate before, placing some little swords on it. I've seen him pray to that dear old drow goddess as well, the other one. And I've seen him pay homage to all sorts of drow gods, from what I understand.
Does Beryl know what a drow looks like?
Let me think. There are drow in the Fae, so probably yes.
Okay.
Would be akin to the underground drow, because there is an underdark in the Fae and there are drow in the underdark.
Yeah.
So like purplish or blue skin.
I think I saw him today.
Yeah?
Yes, he did look rather grumpy.
Like I said, he's a bit of an asshole.
The trees said that he was there a lot.
Or just see him?
In front of the shrine. Left a little sword thing.
There you go. There was also some famous lady that passed through town a while ago. I think she was staying. She was some sort of big name in that Illustrate camp. I can't remember like her name. It was started with a S or something. Last name with an E. Estrella or something like that. Can't really.
Lasani?
No.
Oh.
She would look to you. Not that one. That one I do know. Some
Can
sort
Asta
of
roll history for that?
stray or something like that. Yeah, roll history. State advantage
Okay.
at the name mentioned stray. You're aware that there is someone who is the head of an organization known as the Moon the Moon Dancers of Illustray, whose last name is Estrella. But
Okay.
you don't know the first name, and you can't recall anything else about the individual. She was
Yeah,
some
that's
sort of important lady. So she might know, but I don't know if she's here or not anymore. While this is happening, I'm going to pause here. Guys, I got some time to think about what you want to talk about with this lady. We are going to move to Sylus and Carolina. So let's get a music change. Where is it?
Boys are using the new bed.
I can't find my playlist. Here we are. Okay. As the two of you begin to move toward the King's Coin, as you're traveling through the town, do you have anything to say to each other? Sorry, wait, let me set the scene for a moment, actually. You step outside as you go to move through the town just outside the tavern. You look up, and you feel it's cold out. And as you look up, you see gently coming down what is little drops of snow coming as a small snowstorm has appeared to come over the town as tiny bits of snow just rain down upon the town around you all. Do you all have anything to say? The two of you have anything to say to each other before you get a full move on to the location?
Silas isn't going to be making conversation unless he has something to respond to.
Carolina?
So how did you find out about this place?
There was a sign written in a very specific way.
I haven't used that in a while. So it's
Be careful. Should be careful how you use it here.
mhm.
Might suspicion to ill intent from the good law-abiding guardsman.
Why does that sound like you have experience of doing that?
Because I do.
I forgot to move you guys back to the map. My bad.
Well, if any case, I'll be sure to watch my tongue.
I have a very good arrangement with the good guard captain here.
Do you now?
I do. I stay out of trouble, and I won't have any trouble from her.
Well, let's try not to make any trouble then.
I'm looking to check out this place that was advertised and have some dinner and see what happens.
Well, I can only imagine what a place like this has. It's been a while since I've been to something like this. I've almost forgotten how it feels. I am kind of excited though.
I'm not, I wouldn't say excited, but I am hopeful that perhaps something can be gained from this.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Oh God. How much further is this place?
Probably not too far off by this point.
Alright.
Just a little ways ahead.
You all would round as the two of you would round the corner, moving toward the edge of the town, right near the large walls that surround it, as you find yourself approaching what looks like a wooden building built just at the edge of the wall, with its back directly against it. As you see, a cozy looking wooden building appears to be about 2 stories high, with some light coming out from the windows and 2 doors open at the front. Off the side of the building itself, and off the side of its little, I don't know what it's called, not a balcony like the place they have. That's like the floor balcony, because I don't know words right now. It's a little entryway area. There
Like a
is
A porch?
a porch, thank you. Off the side of the porch, there is what looks like a sign that reads the King's Coin, with the depiction of a two-headed coin, both with a regal, gentlemanly figure depicted on both sides, looking like a king. So you hear some very quiet chatter and some slight commotion from inside. So what do you do?
Heading inside.
As the two of you walk inside, you find yourself inside what looks like a single-storied bar area that has a few tables about in this rectangular room. A good amount of them. Not all of them full, but most of them having what look like at least 2 or 3 people sitting amongst them, amidst discussions with each other, all dressed in different sorts of attire, but all looking a bit less fancy than the folk you were seeing at the other bar. All looking a bit less wealthy as well, as you were expecting, like, where you were at, you had some, working class, middle class people. Here it seems to be more of the down under the luck folk here. Not as rich looking about the bar. Then there is, it looks like, there's also a chandelier that comes off the ceiling that lights the room with lit candles and some torches about the room as well. And at the back, there is a bar set up at the back in a rectangular shape that blocks off what looks like a doorway to be the back behind it. And then there is a set of double doors at the side of the bar as well. Behind the bar, there is a single barkeep, what looks like a elven woman standing behind it. And there are several other individuals amongst the bar itself and sitting about the room itself. As I said, all different looking, different races and such. But what do you do?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I can pull up my note, but it said dinner at the King's Coin.
It said King's Coin dinner time.
Dinner time. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to the bar.
Sure. You go to the bar, you catch the elven woman in the middle of cleaning a glass. She has short blonde hair and her pointed ears behind with brown eyes and darker like tannish skin as she would look out toward you. She just says with a blank expression as she goes back to looking down, cleaning the glass, she goes, "Haven't seen you here before. Must mean you're either not from town or you decided to grace this little shithole with your presence for some reason."
I would have followed along with
Okay.
him.
Not from town. Caught a sign. Said something about dinner time here. Gathering something is worth being here for during dinner time.
Don't know what you're on about, fella. Only thing that's worth only thing that's worth it here for dinner time is the special dinner time menu we can serve. You want to take a gander at that, you can.
I wouldn't mind a menu and knowing what you have for beverages.
Take a look at our special menu for that. It's our special dinner menu. She'd
I'll also
slide
take a
the
look.
menu over to you. What'd you say,
I'd take a look at it.
what'd you say,
I would
James?
also take a look at it.
Okay,
I would
so
also
two of
like
you are
it
going to take a look at the
responsible.
menu. Sure. Sure. Give me 1 second. The two of you are going to be able to see it. That is it.
Okay.
So where are you? Carolina and Sylus. It is not in the handouts folder for some reason. Where is it? Here it is. It's in notes and other text handouts now. No, it's not. It did not go in there for some reason. Now it is.
I see it.
You should be able to see it. If you want to order something, you can. You can keep your seat here, or you can go and sit wherever you want across the bar.
Does anything on this menu mean anything to me in a complicated kind of way?
Or me.
Give me 1 minute. Can make a history check. Sorry, no. Perception check. The menu itself, this is more you looking at the menu, trying to figure out, you know, if you can notice anything about it.
Argue for investigation, some deciphering.
Nope.
Attempting to decipher.
Still a good roll either way. You notice that the prices are a bit strange. Things on here don't really make sense. Like, why is an apple beef stew so much cheaper than a cabbage beef stew? Or why is grilled fish and carrots as expensive as it is? And so on and so forth. The prices don't really make sense to you. They're kind of weird. Some things are incredibly overpriced, and some things are just absurdly underpriced as well.
I inquire who sets the prices.
Nope. You can order something if you'd like, though.
Have any recommendations that you think are particularly good?
I don't eat here.
I guess I'll go. Let's see what this does. I'll get some grilled fish and carrots.
Sure.
And some
I'll do
dwarven
the
red
same.
wine with it.
Sure. That'll be 21 copper.
Put it over.
Alright. Carolina, what were you saying?
I'll get the same thing.
Okay. 21 copper. If you're gonna eat, I'd ask you to bring it over to a table and eat there. Bars for drinking. Let's go on and take a seat. Bring it over to you in a minute.
Okay.
Two of you gonna go sit down at a table?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. As the two of you sit down and you're waiting for your food, what are you going to do?
It's definitely an interesting menu.
Mm.
I think I'll just wait and see how it all turns out, like I intended.
I guess I
I
will.
was gonna sit there and kind of, keep his awareness of his surroundings up.
Roll me a perception check. Carolina, are you doing anything?
Yeah, I'll also keep an eye out for everything.
You can roll perception as well. Carolina, you get distracted listening in on some folk talking, some common folk talking about some rumors, as it seems a bit strange, the rumor you're talking about, as you pick up on it, as you go, as you hear, so you hear about that thing that's befallen the princess, Queen's daughter. And, continues on, goes, heard there's been a rumor about her, not looking too well. Something foul befallen her. Don't know much about it, though. As they continue on talking about something like that. Sylus, as you're looking about the room, you spot in the corner of your eye, in the back of the room, at what looks like a table by himself, a gentleman with a cloak covering him, and you're able to see just beneath the cloak and see what looks like a green-scaled lizard folk that looks eerily similar to the one that you had met before you had left your original destination before you came here, who you got your initial information from about the man who traveled with the Githyanki.
Okay.
You overhear the rumor as well, though. You just don't get distracted by it.
I was gonna. Is the elven woman still behind the bar?
Yeah, she's fixing drinks for people and waiting for the food, it seems.
Tell Carolina, I'll be right back. Just a moment. I'm gonna go up to the bar.
Mm-hmm. Food and drink will be with
Did
the
I
other-
see a drink?
Okay.
I was just asking if I saw a drink with the lizard folk.
He appears to be drinking something, yeah.
Okay. Did you take another drink of whatever kind the gentleman with the cloak? Like, it's in the corner, right, Jake?
Yes.
The corner is having a drink on me. Just let him know that it came from me.
Sure. That's a silver piece.
Also give her a silver piece.
Nods to.
And go back to Down Carolina.
Okay. A few minutes pass and your food and drink are brought to the table. As you see laid out before you, the food you ordered, what did you get, grilled fish and carrots?
Yes.
As you see the grilled fish and the carrots laid out before you, and you see your dwarven red wine and your drink in your cup as well.
I would thank the waitress. Well, is she bartender, right? Or
It was a waiter.
okay, I would thank her. How does it look? Does it look appetizing?
The fish looks a bit soggy, and the carrots look like they're undercooked.
Well, I can see why she probably doesn't eat here. But I'll try the food.
As you eat it, I mean, it's not bad, but like I said, it's like soggy and mushy to the point of like kind of having the texture of like cat food in a way. And the carrots are hard, undercooked.
How about the wine?
Wine's fine.
Did the cloaked individual react to the drink that was brought to him?
You hadn't received it yet. I was giving you guys a moment to talk or
Okay.
interact over the dinner.
Fair enough. So I was actually watching Carolina try those things and taste like what they look.
Wine's good.
Well, that's good to hear.
What did you go to the bar for?
I ordered a drink for someone. It looks familiar to me. Before I met you all. Which
I'll
is
look
perplexing
around.
to me considering the distance we've traveled.
I'll look around the room to see, like if he pointed at someone.
Oh,
when he
no,
ordered the
Silas
drink.
isn't pointing at anyone.
No. Like when you ordered the drink, if you.
Still didn't point at him.
Okay.
He gave descriptors to the bartender.
Mm.
Also, that would have been a bit ago. You can't, like, look in the past and see that.
Yeah. Well, no, more of like if, like he pointed at someone, if I like paid attention to
Yeah.
what he pointed. Okay.
They may join us in a moment. They may not. We'll see.
Moment passes, and the drink gets dropped off at his table. He looks up to the person, and goes, "Didn't order this." And the person just goes, "That man did for you over there." And they walk away without saying anything further. So he just looks down at the drink and goes, "Ugh." Looks over toward you, shakes his head, and just kicks the chair down the other side a bit so it juts out, but doesn't like gesture for you or anything.
Yeah. Well, enjoy the food, Carolina. I will be right over here in the corner. Seem to have been invited.
I wanna look at the person he's walking over to.
As you look, you see what looks like a green-scaled lizard folk man beneath a cloak sitting there.
To each their own. I guess I'll just continue drinking the wine.
Okay.
Did Silas left his food and drink?
Yes.
I'll
take
start-
my drink.
Okay.
I'll take my drink with me.
Are you gonna
Alright.
look at the menu anymore while he's away, or are you just
Yeah, I guess I'll give it like another once over.
trying to do anything with it?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Maybe more focus on the prices themselves, not like the order they're in, maybe.
The order of the prices?
Yeah.
Sure, you could examine that if you wish. The handout's still there for you, so you should be able to see it still.
Yeah.
But if you have any questions or want to make any checks or anything, let me know. Nonetheless, Silas, you're going to walk over to the table.
Mm-hmm.
As you sit down, the lizard folk looks up to you as he goes, "You bought me a drink, Smooth Skin. What do you want?"
Well, you see, you look like the kind of person that might potentially be able to help me with something.
Bold of you to think that.
You're here at this place, and well, I've seen the food and the prices. And I have nothing but good encounters with individuals of your bloodline. I wouldn't say bloodline, your ancestry.
Think all lizard folk act the same, then?
Oh, quite the opposite. I think no one acts the same. But I am looking for things. And I did come here because of a sign that I read about dinner time. Being here at dinner time, that is.
Look at the menu. Eat some of the dog shit food here.
Is that really what the very complicated sign is about?
So you looked at the menu and you still couldn't figure it out then.
Saw the absurdly varied prices. And then I also saw you.
What's your offer?
Depends on what I'm offering for.
You came to me, Smoothskin. What are you asking for?
Well, do you have wares? Do you have information? Both?
You want information?
Well, the last time I did a encounter such as this, I was informed of some people that looked like the caravan that went through town here today.
Nasty business, that is.
At
Flat-nosed freaks.
Yes.
Guess I can't say much myself. As you've noticed, he in fact has a flat nose because he's a reptile.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That is, I was told that they were escorting someone that I was looking for. They more specifically, they took him along with them across the sea from where I was to where we are.
Can't say I know anything about that.
Does he sound the same too, Jake, to me? Or does he sound a little different?
Sounds slightly different.
Okay. It's important.
You came to this bar because you decoded a complex sign. It's pretty impressive. I'll give you that. 80 gold pieces and I'll give you some information.
You must find me a fool. Or you must find me to be be a wealthy noble that has a encumbrant amount of money.
Oh. What do you think's a fairer price than Smoothskin?
Depends on the information I'm getting. Or the product, if it's a physical one.
You came to this bar, you want to know what it's about? What do you think's a fair price for that?
It's information on the halfling that I'm looking for. Let's say roughly what I spent for information. And that was... Hold on. 10 gold.
How much was it?
10.
10?
Mhm.
30 gold and I'll point
Pretty
you...
close to what I had at the time.
30 gold and I'll point you in the right direction of your little, Well, no, you won't say that. 30 gold and I'll give you some information about the place.
About the place. You mean about the town?
Nope. About what you couldn't figure out.
If it's a matter of figuring out something with the menu, I will go do that first and not spend money to skip ahead, let's say.
You're the one who couldn't figure it out and then came over to me. I'm only
I was
offering
trying
you...
to cut.
I'm only offering you a cheap little hint for it.
I wasn't looking for a cheat to the menu. I was trying to skip ahead to the source instead of dealing with the middleman of the menu.
Oh,
You're
you
not
think...
the source.
Oh, you're very green, I can tell here. And that's coming from me, who's literally green.
Yes, I am new to town.
Oh, it doesn't seem like it's just
Like
town
anyone.
that you're green to. Keep your head low, Smoothskin. Don't get yourself in don't get yourself in too deep. Go figure out that menu of yours.
Sadly.
Once you can't, come right back over to me, and I'll give you that just cheaply priced hint.
Enjoy your drink. As Sas go back over to Sylus and Carolina.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to call a 5-minute break. Bit later than we usually do it. So we're going to take 5 minutes, and we will be back after that time. Everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let me break screen. Okay. So we're going to hop back into it. We're going to pick up with them at the bar still, Sylus and Carolina very quickly, just so I can get them to a point where if they want to just continue to think about the puzzle, then they can do so. So, Sylus, Carolina. Sylus, you walking back to Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
As you walk back to the table, Carolina, Sylus walks back. And was there before you again.
There you go. Not hearing you, James.
So, how was it?
Well, it's disappointing in that he seems to merely be an avenue to figuring out whatever the deciphering that needs to be figured out is through a money avenue.
Uh, well, I haven't really figured out too much by myself here. Unfortunately.
Silas will study the menu again, searching for patterns or ciphers.
You can certainly do that.
He's more of an expert on those. He's more of an expert on those things than I am.
I can only give you so much. I've given you the one roll you could. Yeah. The one hint roll I did give. I'll give you one other thing. You're used to menus being laid out alphabetically in most places you go to. And this is certainly not arranged alphabetically, which is strange to you as well. Want me to just give you 2 time to think on it?
I don't have anything yet, so.
Okay. We'll get back to you in a bit, and perhaps you'll get some other role. As going back to the main group at the inn, as Tika sits with you all and you all are sat about, what are you all doing?
I mean, I'm assuming we're continuing the same pattern of conversation where we desperately ask a question and then Tika answers in a way that sounds like we can't answer back, and then we scramble for a new topic again.
Are you talking to Tika about anything? Are you all role-playing anything right now?
I don't. Does anybody have anything in particular besides just like
No,
small talk or dinner talk?
I got nothing.
I would lean over to Josie and just say, I'm proud that you made a friend.
Is that what happened?
I mean, you tell me.
I don't know.
Well,
That's
maybe
not even a real name.
it isn't?
I don't know. It might be, I guess, but
Well, maybe she tells you her real name, then you'll know you're friends.
I wonder if everyone here is using their real name.
Wouldn't that be mysterious? Tell you one thing. I don't think Barrel's one to cheat us.
I don't think she would know how. Yeah, she's exhausted her 2 topics of conversation, which was murder and weaponry, so I'm tapped.
Okay.
Well, she wants to badmouth the mayor some more. But that seems like an inappropriate place to maybe do that. In
Ooh,
a crowded bar.
that actually gives me an idea. So, Tika, I mean, you live here. Is there any local gossip that we should be aware of? Anything juicy?
Hot goss.
I don't
Hot
really
goss.
buy into gossip.
But I'm sure you hear it.
Don't like to spread rumors. What are you asking about?
I don't know if this place has any secrets, anything that maybe we should know about being travelers coming through.
Aside from the big fucking castle with the vampire?
I mean, that is a topic of conversation.
I mean, what else could you get there that's more kind of big for a town than that? So
what's his deal? You ever met him?
no. Don't really care about the whole situation personally. Haven't lived here long enough to really know much about it.
Yeah, the mayor didn't seem very fond of bringing it up either.
Probably because he's a fucking vampire.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's that.
And she's afraid of her own shadow. So I doubt that those two things in conjunction leads to a very healthy mindset when it comes to something that's considered one of the scariest things in the world.
You do have a point.
I don't know anything about the vampire. Never caused any trouble for me while I was here. Like I said to these two, though, occasionally you'll get a farmhand or some other local of the town saying that they spotted him and that he was trying to drink their blood. And as I told them, I'd think whoever knows, like 300-year-old vampire would be a lot better at chasing down and killing a farmhand or a local than we'd think. So I doubt he's just letting people walk away. Especially the amount of people that keep saying it.
That certainly makes a lot of sense.
So either the vampire's a fucking idiot who's not good at catching prey, and that's why he's hulled up inside that castle of his alone, or or the people here idiots that are a bit self-important.
See, I'm fascinated by the fact that he has legal precedent to be here. Like, what sort of situation arises that has allowed him to live here for this long? Like, what sort of deal has he made with the government, you know?
You'd have to ask the people at the Temple of the Law, I'd guess. One of the priests that keeps watch over those documents. I don't
There's
know.
one thing I
myself.
know. If there's one thing I know, it's that bureaucracy can be kind of fucky at times.
Shrugs to that.
Didn't bureaucracy try to murder you earlier today?
Bureaucracy?
I think you said his name was Roger.
I'm sorry. I spaced. Yes. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, it can be fucky.
Have you tried the owl cookies, Taika?
I was literally about to be like, Josie's gonna hand her an owl cookie.
Go for it, go for it.
You're gonna hand her an owl cookie?
Yeah, she's not gonna say anything when she does it though. She's just gonna like reach into her bag and hand her the cookie wordlessly.
Where'd you find that?
We got them at the Sorcerer's Library.
I'll explain why I haven't seen it before.
Not big on books, eh?
I'm not the type that walks into libraries, no offense, kid.
I mean, to be honest, if I was to write a review of this place, I don't know if I would entirely suggest it, so maybe it's best you stay away.
Takes a bite out of the cookie. It's not bad.
They also had this, and Josie will show her the magnet attached to her gun.
I don't know.
I do not know what purpose it serves, but
It's decorative.
Looks like a trinket.
Yeah.
Don't know how it sticks to the gun like that without being welded to it.
dunno, it won't stick to other things.
Must be some sort of sorcery.
It was the Sorcerer's Library.
Or witchcraft, heaven forbid. Heavens forbid.
Is there a difference, Jake? Like in universe?
Roll a history check.
Okay. I'd be mad if I found out I could have been a witch.
Yes. Witchcraft is dark magic. It is a dark art that
Okay.
has its origin in mastery over souls.
Okay, I would have had it been evil then. Okay.
Witches are a particular type of magic caster that go beyond the limits of normal magic.
Jake, we're rescheduled to work tomorrow.
Scheduled to have a meeting tomorrow.
To have a meeting tomorrow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, me neither.
So if you guys are just sitting about talking, time is going to pass and that's going to happen. I'm not going to fast forward too far because I want to go back to the group at the other bar. Sylus and Carolina, any dents in thinking here?
Yes.
Yes?
The answer, yes.
You think you know what the answer is?
I think I do.
Okay.
We'll see. It's the only thing I've come up with that actually makes any sort of logical sense. Sas gonna go back to the bartender
She looks to you.
and
What do you want?
banana bread.
Sorry, I almost laughed. Is that for you and your friend over there?
It is.
Oh, you should have told me earlier that you had a reservation here. Through the door over there. She points to the double doors at the side. Doesn't look up from washing her drink as she does that.
Silas will go back over to the table and Carolina, we have our reservation over here.
Alright, I'll follow.
So you crack the
Walk.
code.
Through the double doors.
Okay. As you'll walk through the double doors, you find yourself in a square room, and that is fairly empty aside from some boxes. And then there is what looks like a set of stairs going down at the other side of the room. Gonna follow them down?
Yes.
All right. As you start to walk down the stairs, they creak ever so slightly beneath your feet as you move, and you hear what sounds like almost a reverberating as it creaks beneath you. As you begin to approach the door at the end, It is actually a metal door that has what looks like a slider at the top of it. And as you approach, it does not appear to have a handle on this side. What do you do?
Could try knocking on the door normal like first.
The slit at the top slides open. As you don't see anything from within, you just see darkness as you hear a voice calls out. What do you want?
Came after reading and was looking for potential goods trade or information.
Don't know what you're asking for. What are you looking for?
Goods trade, looking for poisons.
We're a restaurant. What are you looking to eat?
Banana bread.
Slit closes. You hear what sounds like mechanisms at work. Then you hear what sounds like a handle sliding, and then several locks unlocking, and the door slides open. As it pulls open, and there is just a field of darkness in front of you. Do you walk into it?
I mean, yeah.
You two walk through. As you step through, and you are completely blinded by blackness for a moment, and then you fully step through, and you find yourself in a stone foyer-like area that has what looks like a back area where what looks like more stairs are. As you see a burly-looking human man, shaven, with his back against the wall near a lever, as he just flicks it up, and you hear the same thing you heard before, but sliding in the opposite direction as he goes. Down the stairs, straight down, you'll find the lift. It'll take you down.
I'll nod and to thank him.
Weapons stay in their sheaths. And if there are any issues, you found one of the bouncers and they'll take care of it.
Good to know. I'll continue along.
Okay. As you two head down the stairs, as you walk until you find yourself in another room, a circular one, that has nothing but a man standing by a metal door that appears to slide into the wall instead of open outward. As he looks to you all, as he nods, and he will begin to slide the door open. There's also a lever at the side of the door as well. And as you look in, you see what looks like a small little, almost elevator-like lift that you can tell will be going somewhere. So he says, "Get in, I'll send you down."
I would step in.
Step in.
So you'd walk over to the leather. He just nods to you, pulls it down as the door begins to slide in front of you, and you hear gears and pulleys begin to move, and you feel the ground beneath you begin to go down as you're slowly descending in this lift. As you two are in this dimly lit lift for a bit. Are you going to talk or do anything while this is happening?
Did you really forget the code right after you mentioned it?
No, I didn't think they'd require the same code twice in a row. It's a redundancy.
Well, I'm not sure what we're in store for, but seems at least they have security here for things not to get out of hands. You know how some thieves can be.
How people can be.
That too. I'll like chuckle a little bit at that. That too.
The lift stops moving, and you hear the sound of something locking in place. And then the wall in front of you begins to slide open, as you see what looks like a man standing by lever, as he nods to you and goes, "Head on in. No trouble. People are watching, remember that."
I guess we'll start heading in then.
So you step in, and you step into the main area itself, as you find yourself in this large subterranean area here, where you find what look like several different areas. It's very large down here. There are different pathways and different zones you can head into, but in the main floor you are in right now, you see folk moving about, talking to each other, enjoying some drinks, and some people talking to what look like merchants who are sat behind what looks like a little stall, peddling some goods. But as well, there is a set of stairs at the back that appear to go down. There are several doors as well. And at the center of the room, there appears to be a pit surrounded by rocks and filled with sand, where you can see what look like a large pit, where you can see what look like individuals in the midst of tag team fighting beneath each other, with people surrounding it, what appears to be cheering it on, and someone taking bets and such. And there are, of course, individuals standing about, looking around the room, scowls on their face, all of them having some sort of weapons on them, and some of them that look a bit more well-dressed and official, having guns on them.
Oh, well.
I would like to check out some of the people selling wares. If you'd like to come with.
Sure. Not looking for anything in particular until something catches my eye, though.
I'll head over to one of the stands where people are peddling.
Sure. So you head over to a stall, and there's a man standing behind it, what looks like a halfling, as he sees you and he goes, "How can I help you?"
Doesn't look like the same halfling, I hope.
No.
Okay.
There are many halflings in the world.
I assumed so. Just, well, curious what kind of wares you're selling.
What are you looking for?
Particularly interested in materials for creating, or if only the other way around, finished product of poisons.
Ooh, sucks his teeth as he he shakes his head. I don't know you. If I don't know you, that means you don't got the okay from the boss to be buying poisons here, so I can't sell it.
How does one go about getting okay from your boss?
He'd have to talk to the boss.
And one finds the boss and has a conversation with them? How?
That depends. He looks around. Not very busy today. You got a silver tongue or you got money? One of those two things will get you in to see ya.
I have a decently silvered tongue, and I have some money.
Well, look, the boss vets everyone here who buys the more volatile of the goods here, especially ones that are incredibly illegal here in Destin, by the way. So, you want to get any of that sort of goods, you're going to have to talk to her. You want to talk to her? I recommend going over to that big guy over there that looks like he could probably crush your head like a watermelon easily. He points over to what looks like a large dragonborn gentleman that is standing by a door, dressed in what looks like a very nice suit almost. He is a gold dragonborn, and you can tell that he has somewhat adorned his scales with like additional like pieces of coin and gold and such, so he really shimmers and is sparkling. As you can see as well, his claws are almost sharpened at the side, as he is massive. He's about like 6'8" tall, and he's just hulking out, you could say, as he stands by the door, looking out across the room with what looks like a single eye that glows a dark, dark purple color.
One of the Dragonborn's eyes?
Yes.
Okay. Does that individual have a name?
One second.
Oh, maybe Silas will bring Beryl down here so a bet can be made.
Ha!
We call him Stark. Doesn't tell anybody his real name.
Stark.
Boss probably knows it.
What he prefers to be called is all I need to know.
Good luck. Bit of a temperate guy. Don't do anything that'll piss him off. He won't hurt you because he can't do anything unless you break the rules down here. But he's also the one that enforces the rules, so might just find that you're breaking a rule if you make him mad.
Don't intend on making the gentleman mad. You want to be present when I speak with Mr. Stark.
Oh yes, definitely.
Is it to enjoy the show or to provide backup?
We'll see how it turns out.
Silas just he just has a I understand look on his face, and then walks over to go Mr. Stark.
Sure, as you approach him and he's standing by the, like I said, the well-ordained double doors. As you walk over, lets out a grunt looking at you as he sneers, showing his fangs. You can see, kind of unnecessarily, all of his teeth appear to have been sharpened to the completion of being fangs, almost akin to a dragon's maw. He looks to you and he goes, "No customers or visitors beyond this point, pal. Turn back."
I was actually hoping to have a brief conversation with you, Mr. Stark, and I have to say, the description I was given is underwhelming to the magnitude of your presence and quite shimmering appearance.
I don't want you kissing my scaly ass. What do you want?
I was hoping that through a good old-fashioned conversation with you could possibly earn your favor to well enough to be able to have a brief, hopefully beneficial conversation with the boss here.
Boss is a busy lady. Got a lot of things she has to keep track of. A lot of people she has to meet. Why should I let her be bothered by your sorry self?
I could make it, hopefully, worth her time. And I will, as I said, be very brief. I simply wish to get the okay to do a little bit of shopping here and purchase things. Nothing else. Not looking to cause any trouble.
Can roll persuasion. It's a good roll. Looks you over as he sneers. Looks over to Carolina too. And this one, she with you.
She is, but if only one person is allowed to speak to the boss, I would understand.
You the understanding type, Horns?
Yeah,
Looks over
I
the
don't
both
want
of
to
you.
cause you anymore.
Really quickly, looking at Carolina, as he's eyeing Carolina up. His eyes are squinting as he looks, and you see his purple eye begin to glow a bit more as he scans Carolina over. As he does, he goes, "Have I met you before?"
Can I roll history to see if I recognize him?
You don't seem to recognize him. But the suit he's wearing, it has a symbol on it that you somewhat recognize. It is of the side of a gold dragon's head. Why don't you roll a history check? We'll say at advantage. Just want to look at your thing. I'm just looking at your information I got on you very quickly. Because I don't want to be wrong about this. Oh yeah. You recognize the symbol. You know the organization known as the Gold Dragon Association, a organization that was in fact founded by a gold dragon and is one of the wealthiest of organizations in Vosia. And in fact, you were very much not the small part of what could have been called very generously, a robbery of the Gold Dragon Association.
Did I trick you?
So, have we met before, though?
I've seen that face of yours before. As he's rolling something.
Quick, say banana bread again.
Well, that's a good roll. Looks you, squints your eyes at you. You're a maverick, aren't you?
I've been trying to keep a low profile here.
You're one of the
Yes.
fuckers that robbed me and my group of a hefty amount of coin at that.
Sounds not be in between the two.
What do you do?
Oh, this was obviously before. How long ago was this?
How long ago was this?
This-
What do
Maybe
you got?
about
Supposedly happened?
7 or 8 years ago.
7 years.
Wonderful. I've known this individual for a matter of days.
Yeah, enough money
Over a week.
Yet enough money was taken over from 7 years ago that we still haven't quite recovered from that.
You seem pretty well off on yourself, though.
Oh, do I? Well off enough that, taking side gigs so that I could make some money back for the organization.
Out of character, no. I specifically did not mention myself as Carolina Maverick. I made sure to be very specific with that. Out of character, yeah, probably. In character, no.
So he starts to, pulling closer to you as he's getting up. So, kid, you involved with the folk that robbed my people? You one of them? You were, in fact, one of them. You did help with the robbery.
Yeah. Not so much anymore.
But were you one of the fuckers that robbed us?
Sylus is just giving you dagger eyes right now, Carolina.
Yes.
Looks down at you.
Dagger eyes intensified.
As he glares, and a smirk comes to his face. He goes, "Takes a lot of balls to take money from us. Gotta say I like it, Horns. Go in to see the boss. She'll probably find some use for you." As he'll walk over the door, as he will, swing the doors open, as he just calls for it, he goes, "Boss, got some new kid here to see ya. And a maverick, one of the fuckers that robbed me not too long ago." As he just turns back, as he smirks at you, Caroline, he goes, "Head on right in. And, for your information, kid, higher ups in the Gold Dragon Association fucking deserved it. So thanks for removing the stick up their ass from them."
It's all in a day's work.
One question, though. What'd you do with the money anyway? That's 50,000 gold worth of money. That's a lot of money.
I'm sorry, that was how much money?
50,000.
How many were among them? Well, Sylus stops himself from talking and just rubs his face.
We didn't exactly keep most of it. We mostly, we gave it back to some others who helped us in the past. Nothing like a loan shark, but people who took care of us when we needed help.
You hearing the music in the background from my house?
No.
Okay, good, because I wanted to make sure someone's playing Bruno Mars very loudly, and I don't want to get DMCA'd
Definitely
on
not.
Twitch.
Yeah.
Moving my mic
Definitely not hearing him.
definitely a bit away from there now, and I'm going to go turn my air conditioner on just to make sure.
I know Bruno Mars is playing in this black market.
He's a big fan.
So word about the
Big
Mavericks.
guy here, Bard's playing.
So word about the Mavericks is true then. Took as much money as they could, never kept a dime of it for themselves.
Only mostly for food and travel. But yes.
Noble way to live. Can't say I agree with it though.
A lot of others among us didn't.
Haven't heard much about any Mavericks doing any big jobs anymore.
Yeah, there was, there's a few less of us now.
That's the
We
business.
kind of went our separate ways.
Sorry to hear it nonetheless, though. Can't keep the
is.
boss waiting anymore, though. Head on in to see her.
Thank you. I feel like Sylus is gonna have a lot of questions for me.
Not now. Not right now.
As you two are gonna walk in?
Walking in to see the boss.
Alright.
Yep.
As you two step in, the doors close behind you, and there's a bit of a hallway, and there's another two doors. As I imagine you're gonna go approach them and go to enter.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get a music change. As I think this is the playlist I was looking for.
James, you're a real treat.
Thank you.
Ooh, that's that good Diablo music right there.
As you approach the double doors, you do not get a chance to open them, as they open themselves for you. As they open, what looks like a low smoke emanates from the room as you go to enter. As you walk in, and you find yourselves in a square room that is not filled with any sort of furnishing or anything like that. Just what looks like many boxes and crates about the room and chests that all remain opened or unopened about. You can see some goods within them. What look like gold pieces, flasks that have fluids inside of them, weapons, and all sorts of things. And then as well, you see atop some of these things as well, you see what look like cages that have animals in them. Mostly what look like creatures, rare creatures to this area, like monkeys, snakes, and other sorts of things that you would not expect to see in this climate. And as you enter, it's warm in here as well, very warm. But as well as you enter, Carolina, you feel something wisp by your ears as you enter in, and something darts right in front of you. As it does, as you hear a cackling little as you would see what looks like flapping on two wings, a... 1 second. Trying to find its description, because I had it written down. A 2-foot-tall, red-skinned humanoid creature with leathery bat wings, small horns, pointed ears, gleaming white fangs, and burning ember-like orange eyes with what looks like a scorpion tail flying up. As it looks at you, just cackling out, going, "Oh, more here to see the mistress. Oh, more for her to play with." But as he talks, as he just keeps looking out toward you, all just floating through the air. As it does, and the two of you can roll me history. Both of you recognize this to be an int, as he continues to chime out as he goes, "So, come to die, then come for eternal agony." As before he finishes his sentence, you hear a snapping of fingers from the back of the room, and then in Infernal, I don't know, Carolina, I know you speak it, I don't know if you do, Sylus. In Infernal, a begone, begone, creature. Do not scare my guests away. As you just see a chill go up his spine, and he'd just fly out of the way immediately. And you'd see at the back of the room, near what looks like, where the source of the smoke is coming from, sat atop a box next to another box that is open where the smoke emanates out from. As you can see, just barely inside the box, it looks like a lantern that is emanating the smoke. And you see this woman, what looks like a dwarven woman, with short, up to the back of her neck, long hair, well, short hair, that is black. Sort of a stout look, looks very well built, leaned up against the back, with a, looks like, darkish yellow eyes, wearing what looks like some leathers and what looks like a robe over it as well. A loose-fitting robe, as she sits atop a grate there. At her feet, you see a creature slithering about the floor. A snake with red and black scales as it moves across the floor by her feet, wrapping around her legs slightly as it sniffs around the area, poking its tongue out, and appears to be about. As the woman looks out to you all, the two of you scanning with her yellow eyes, she smiles and goes, "Shut the doors behind you." In common.
Yeah, we'll shut the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of you is the Maverick?
I am.
Didn't know that a lot of you were still kicking. Thought most of you went into hiding after that, incident.
We went our separate ways, yes.
Shame to hear. Mavericks are mighty entertaining. One second. You can call me Sig. How can I help you two today?
Oh, I was hoping to get to speak with you so that I could get the okay to purchasing the items that one can't purchase without getting your approval.
Be more specific. I don't like people that dance around words.
Poison. All the materials to make it.
You see her reach into the crate and pull out what looks like a small pipe as she starts to, as she takes her finger above it, snaps it, and it lights. She begins to smoke it. She looks out toward you after taking a puff as she goes, you know, under Queen Avalon, a lot of crimes have had the severity of punishments for them lowered. Things that used to get you prison time for months or years have now been reduced to be a bit more lenient. Queen's a bit of a kind lady. You know, crime is not treated as well, badly anymore. They still punish you for it, but they're not going to ruin your life over minor offenses and even some major offenses. However, you know, poison's one of those things that they take real seriously. Almost deadly seriously. Possession gets you about a year, depending on the poison. Any of the good stuff's gonna get you about a year. Murder of someone that can be proved to be with a poison, that'll get you life. Murder of a political figure or of an important figure with poison, that'll get you the noose. Or the guillotine. I think they let you pick these days. It's very funny.
Well, I don't intend on being charged with any crimes.
What do you intend to be doing with poison is the question.
That entirely depends on my future. Mostly defensively.
Defensively, huh? You're fresh around here. I don't know you from the city. You from Destin?
No, I'm from across the sea.
Where are you from?
So I also don't. But have it hesitate. I'm looking it up. I don't remember the name of it. It's been a long time since I said
Well,
it.
the kingdom or the continent?
He would just cut straight to the kingdom.
Angle.
Angle?
Angrel.
Angro. I was like, that didn't sound that sounds right. I'm from Angro.
Ooh, the shithole of Elysium. My condolences.
I'm out of there, and you are not incorrect. I think calling it a shithole's putting it lightly.
Angrel. That would explain why you're asking so, readily for poison, then.
Not illegal around there, really.
Well, what is
Or
illegal?
at least the law isn't really present.
What is really illegal in Angrel?
Not much.
Pissing on somebody that, you shouldn't be pissing on. That's what's illegal there. That's the only time they care. Here, they care even if you, step on the littlest guy possible. But you're fresh, and you're a maverick. Mavericks have, for the most part, that good old heart of gold, don't they? Bit of a hero complex, taken from the rich and greedy, giving it back to the needy, dispersing it amongst them. Isn't that right?
Pretty much.
Always a bit pretentious about it, too. But let me ask you this. You're a maverick. You subscribe to that philosophy?
I think that you should always help those in need. Do I think I myself have a heart of gold? No.
Think you trust your pal here with poisons?
Well, pal is putting it lightly. But there hasn't been an instance of me not trusting him.
Tit for tat. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I got something that needs to be done. You two are fresh even if you're a maverick. So I can't trust selling poison to complete strangers. Especially when if they catch wind of you killing someone with it. Gets back to me. Not gonna take that risk. However, you do a favor for me, do a job, then I'll give you the permissions.
What's the job?
What kind of job? We will, just so that you're aware, we've already signed with City to do work for the festival.
Working on that sketchy looking deal, I say. It's a simple job.
And it is.
It's a simple job that is unfortunately complicated by the target. So recently a Gith Yankee caravan came through my town. Very violently. And had to be escorted out by a knight of fucking Camelon, and the knight of 4 at that. Spear of Destin. One of the scariest men I've ever seen in my life. I want to know what the fuck was in that caravan, and why it was transported through this city. This town.
Can't tell you why it was escorted to the city, but I did see what was in the caravan.
I think Josie was the one that saw it, didn't it? She?
Wasn't me?
No,
oh,
it wasn't
right.
you, it was
Josie didn't
Josie.
say anything. My bad. I didn't say that.
It's alright.
Thank you for correcting.
So it's information you want.
Oh yeah. I want you to find the caravan. I have it on good information that they're setting up camp not too far from the town. Probably gonna be there for a bit while they prep their new coursework. Made particularly sure that one of the wheels got damaged so that they can't continue on until they get that fixed. They're about a half hour away from town, camped about north, toward the castle. I want you to very simply get in there, find out what the fuck is in that carriage, and bring me back one of their fancy silver swords so that I know you were there.
Finding out what's back in the carriage is simple. Getting one of their silver swords.
It's the price of the job. I don't know you two. Can't trust that you'll be clean and handling it. Gotta make sure you bring back something that can prove that you at least tried and got something I asked for there. I don't care how you get the sword. They end up dead, it's no sweat. I'm not gonna cry about it. Though I don't know if you can take the entire caravan yourselves. Can't say I know much about you two.
We can handle ourselves fairly well, but there's a lot of them.
and they can handle themselves fairly well. So I'd recommend a bit more of a graceful approach to it then.
Right.
It's a simple job. Take it or leave it. I'll let you buy poisons, and I'll throw in an extra 100 gold each for the two of you. It's generous of me.
I agree. And I see no harm in attempting to pull this off for you.
Fucking beautiful, then. So we have a deal?
Just so that
Okay.
there's a complete understanding. Any repercussions for lack of being able to obtain one of these silver swords other than me not being able to purchase anything?
I'm not a tyrant. As much as I like to be sometimes. You know, power thrill and all. And because you two are fresh, I won't be too mean. You don't get the silver sword back. There's just gonna be some extra precautions taken. Some spells cast to make sure you're telling the truth. Things like that. It's gonna cost me some coin doing that. But either way, I like to know if my information's good. No! What you should be worried about is if you lie to me. If you lie to me, well, just don't lie to me.
Don't have any intentions of lying to you. I think you are someone I expressly wish to be on good terms with.
Most people would like to be on my good side. I'm a bit of a bitch when you're on the bad side.
Oh then. I assume it's alright to bring this information to you and hopefully the Silver Sword tomorrow.
Take your time with it. Just make sure it's done in 2 days. That's as long as my people can stall before they go.
Alright then. That seems more than reasonable to me.
Then we have a deal. You come back to me with the information I'm looking for. You get permission to buy. And hell, maybe it'll be the start of a fruitful relationship for all three of us. Or if not, it'll be just one and done. I've had many like that before. Not a problem with it.
I don't know how many days we'll be in. Well, I don't know how many days I'll be in town. Past doing the contractual work of the city. But if it does become a fruitful relationship, perhaps a longer stay will be precedent.
We'll see. For now, I just want to know what's in the fucking carriage.
I'll get right on that. You have a good evening.
You as well. Keep careful in the
Silas
city.
looks like he's ready to leave.
Guards are on edge recently.
I noticed that when the caravan came through.
So don't do anything stupid. Would be a shame to see my 2 possible latest finds not actually get anything done.
It would be a shame.
Well then,
Carolina looks ready to head out. I will be heading out.
if you're good with it,
After.
I'll see the 2 of you later.
Alright, go ahead.
Keep yourself
We'll be in
safe,
touch.
Maverick. Don't go barking up the wrong rich person's leg and getting stepped on again.
I've been picking my battles this time,
Hmm.
but thanks for the warning.
A maverick picking their battles. That's smart. Maybe if you all did that, wouldn't have ended up in the shit situation you're in now.
I'll just give like a wave behind.
You two are gonna walk out?
Start heading up.
Alright.
Mhm.
The two of you walk out. You're gonna walk all the way out back to the main area. Alright, as you two walk out to the main area, Stark looks to the two of you and goes, "Everything's square with the boss."
Yes,
not him.
we've come to an understanding.
As you see him look up for a minute as if he's hearing something. Got it. Boss tells me you're doing a job for... When you're finished, come back and tell me, and you can come in. You have any questions about it, you can ask me. I'm not gonna bother the boss with it.
Understood. You have a good evening, Mr. Stock.
Nods to you.
I give a short smile and nod.
Okay. Where are you two heading?
Unless Carolina has some detour plan, Silas's intention is to go back to the inn at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. We can go back to the inn.
As you two begin to travel, are you going to talk about anything while you move through the town? Or are you waiting to get back to the inn?
Nope, Silas is going to have a look on his face that says, I want to talk, but not now, the whole way back.
Okay. So you guys are making your way back. Meanwhile, back at the inn. Some of what they've taken has taken a couple hours by now, and a couple hours have gone by here. Maybe an hour and a half, actually, realistically. As Tika finishes another drink, as she goes. Right. So. As much fun as this has been, unless you got anything else to ask of me or anything more to talk about, I think I should probably head out.
Well, it was lovely meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Let me walk you to the front door.
Sure.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Wasn't too bad. Just expecting it to only be us three. Not that that was that big of a problem. She goes to stand up.
Yeah, Esther's gonna walk her to the door, and then once they're away from everyone, she's gonna talk to her.
Okay. So you get away from everyone. What do you say to her?
I'm very sorry if you didn't enjoy yourself, but you and Josie really seemed to hit it off at the forge, and I haven't really seen Josie light up like that with anyone, and I thought it might be a good way to make a friend.
It's fine. I didn't not enjoy myself. Bit more
High
people.
praise.
Bit more people than I'm used to talking to at once.
I honestly didn't expect everyone to stick around like that, so...
Well, you and, little lady over there seem to have good heads on your shoulders. If you want to do it again, I wouldn't have an issue with it.
Indeed.
But aside from that, I mean, business will be open tomorrow, and well, Tika will be in.
Thank you.
Case you're...
Tomorrow night, yes?
Yep. Well, I'll head out. Tell little lady over there I said good night for me again.
I will.
She waves you off as she goes to walk out. You have this conversation with her outside.
That or in the door, like, very close to the exit.
Okay. What do you do afterwards?
Is it like properly night now?
Yes.
Okay, then Astrid will relay the message to Josie, and then she is going to go to the shrine to play the violin there, because she doesn't get to do that very often, you know,
Sure.
with like proper iconography.
Sure. Back at the bar, anyone else doing anything?
I've got nothing on my mind. So
Saul would walk back to the table with everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Sol, where did you go? We were having a lovely conversation.
She said it was crowded. Wrong accent.
I mean, not as crowded as it could be, but well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night, Beryl.
Good night,
Night,
Barrow.
Sol. Night, Mr. Darrow. Night, Josie.
Night.
I'm gonna look towards the door to see if Astrid is still there.
I mean, I imagine Astrid would have told you guys what she was doing before she left.
Oh, right, she came back to.
Yeah.
Okay. Night, Astrid. And I'll head to find my room.
Sure. You'll be able to find it.
Okay.
Miss Charlotte in a bit. Anyone else doing anything of particular note?
What time is it?
It's late, nighttime. Don't know the exact time. It's around the time that it makes sense for you to start going to bed, just not like absurdly late.
Well, I think I'm going to get some reading done in bed. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Isaac.
And I will head to my room.
Okay.
And I will be doing reading before I want to specifically browse more of A Song for Lost Carcosa.
Sure. I will tell you more of that later.
Okay.
Josie, Soul, are you two doing anything?
No, at that she would probably go up to her room.
Okay. Soul?
She would be silently still sipping alcohol and people watching and watch the door for our other two companions.
As they would arrive back soon after the others had went to bed. As Sylus, Carolina, the two of you arrive back at the inn.
Danger Soul walk up over to Soul. I thought everyone else would be here. Where are they at, Soul?
Bed. Astrid went to play outside.
How did the interaction with the person that Astrid and Josie met go?
I don't know. I sat at the bar. She said it was crowded, so
Light of you. How long ago did my sister head to bed?
Maybe about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes ago.
I will be right back. I want to go bother her before she gets too deep into meditation.
Wait, how was your date?
Possibly beneficial. We'll see. Another outing to do. I can say.
Actually, my date was mostly into Carolina. It was embarrassing.
So, how was it having Carolina as a third wheel?
Interesting.
A third wheel was interesting.
Yes.
It's kind of fucked because James isn't here. I guess he would probably be here to hear that.
Can I insight check him?
I think
I
I want
know.
to pause this until James comes back because he would be there.
I can see him.
Standing
Oh.
is back.
Oh, a creature.
He's lurking.
Let's give it a second to see if he gets back. If he doesn't, we're going to cut to Astrid real quickly because something is going to happen with her.
I can see Elbow. Oh, not the army.
Okay.
Okay.
So, we're going to pause here for a minute then and wait for him to get back. We're going to go to Astrid instead. Sorry, guys. No. Okay.
The elusive James.
I'm sick of doing this. Astrid, as you play your tune by the Shrine of Illustre, the somberly built one, as well as all depictions of the moon goddess are somewhat somber in nature, as per her depictions. As you play, you hear what sounds like someone walking across the stone of the garden, as they appear to be moving your way. And if you look over, you would actually see Satanta looking a bit tired, walking over with his weapon fully wrapped upon his back. As he looks to you and he gives a nod as he sees you playing your instrument. He seems to go as if he's about to walk completely past, but stops, and then seems to notice where you're playing and the way you're playing before it, as if in a reverence of sorts. He stops for a minute. So he looks you over, and he gives like a nod as if he's wanting to ask you something, so for you to because he doesn't want to interrupt your playing.
Yes?
You big into her? One of her, devout?
Yes, I should say so.
See him give a look around. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You seen a woman around here? Drow? Light blue skin? Long silver hair?
The one from Praxmore?
No. Light blue eyes? Likely was wearing some pretty ordained armor.
Wasn't she from Praxmore?
Said,
She had been in Praxmore.
He said no to the description. He said no to
But
you.
she had the armor as well.
He said no to the Praxmore woman.
Okay.
He literally said no. That wasn't me.
Okay.
I can see how you'd find similarities, but no. Jake is actually going to point this out because she is a surface drow. What he is describing is clearly some sort of either half drow or underground drow. Because surface drow have black skin. You're not a surface drow, so. Named Slay.
No, I don't think I'm familiar with her.
Slay Estrella. Now the name, hearing the full name, you recognize
For
it
the name of
as
what I feel like my history.
as the Moon Dancer, as what the head of the the late night of the Moon Dancers of Illustri.
What was his original question? Do I know her personally, or do I know of her? No, I haven't seen her.
Haven't seen her around here anywhere?
No.
Alright, thanks for sparing me a moment.
Should I direct her your way if I ever do run into her?
It doesn't look like you'll be doing so, but if you see her, let me know.
Alright.
Thanks. He's clearly... Well, you'd have to insight check to see anything. But he has a complex expression on his face.
Yeah, Astrid's curious about that.
You could tell he was disappointed hearing that you hadn't seen her, and he seems concerned.
Okay.
Blasted town. Well, have a good night.
You too.
As he goes to walk away. As unless he's stopped, he just completely walks out of distance.
She won't stop him.
Okay. What do you do after that?
She's probably gonna play for a while.
Okay. And James is still not back.
No, that doesn't matter. Never mind.
There we go. As you continue to play, what's your passive perception?
Mine? 18.
As you play throughout the night, you notice, as you continue to play, what looked like a hooded figure would have began to approach from the trees toward the shrine. But upon seeing you, you'd have seen the individual stop from the corner of your eye and would go to turn back. If you wanted anything more about, like, the individual itself, you'd have to turn and roll a perception to see if you noticed anything more about them, but you would be turning to look at them.
Yeah, she would actually turn and stop playing. Because she'd look at them, but she'd also call after them and say, I can leave if you have business here. I've been here a while.
You're all perception. See what looks like a drow man with short, grayish hair and red eyes beneath the cloak, with purple skin. As he has his back turned to you, as he is turned before he responds, he goes, "If someone else is paying homage, there is no reason for me to be here."
She'll just start playing again then.
So he walks away. And you'll continue to play until you go back and go head to bed, I imagine?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the bar. Let's pick up the conversation where I said James would have been hearing that. So, go on. Sorry.
So having Carolina as a third wheel was interesting.
It was. Got to learn some new things.
Mm-hmm. As did I.
Learn new things on a date about each other.
Yeah.
As well as others. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Others. How many others?
Very sorry. Okay. Very curious, aren't you, Soul?
Yes. Why, yes, I am.
Perhaps next time you could come with.
Or perhaps not. And she'll get up, and then just kind of like her hand hovers, like she's going to pat him, but then she retracts it and walks away.
So, Carolina, you would very clearly see a smirk on my face.
As will you see one on mine.
Oh.
Heading to bed then, Soul.
Wait, what'd you say?
I said heading to bed then, Soul.
Yes. Good night.
You as
Night.
well.
Sylus is gonna just turn to Carolina. I would like to include Privy, my sister, on this matter that we're on.
Well, hopefully she reacts a little better than Soul did.
Well, I'm not going to be coy with my sister. I'm going to get to the point of what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I don't think you should really bring your sister on a date.
It's a misleading term. People assume romance when you say the word date.
Yeah.
You know, there are other dates.
Mm.
Anyhow, would you like to come with when I discuss with her, or should I just inform you in the morning how my conversation with her goes?
Uh, you can just inform me in the morning.
All right, then. I have many questions, but obviously not the right area for that. You have a good evening.
You as well, Silas. You as well.
Oh, just one thing, Carolina.
Yes.
I have to worry about someone potentially coming after us due to things in the past, not my own or my sister's.
Any enemies that I did have, are long far away from here. And most of them probably forgot about us after what happened. But if you really want the details, I can give it to you another time. I can assure you that I will not get you and your sister into harm's way. If someone comes after me, they will have to deal with me.
I appreciate the spoken words, but I somehow doubt that is how it will all turn out with the group that we have, including my sister. But alas, good evening. And I'm going to my sister's room.
Josie, would you have told Silas where your room was? What room number it was?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. As he will go find that. Carolina, what are you going to do?
I think I'll have another drink before going back up to my room.
Okay. Fair enough. So, Silas, you arrive at Josie's door.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Hoping that it is locked, I'm going to check to verify.
Is it locked?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay. Make Styles feel better. I'll knock the door.
She'd just open it.
Did you have a good evening, sister?
Yeah.
Sorry, just read. Excellent. Could I come in so we can privately thing?
She'll just open the door fully. Like, step back.
I'll step in.
As I'll describe the rooms you guys have now, as you have what look like a medium-sized bedroom that has a single dresser in the room for storage of clothes and such. There is also a closet that has some space to put up any sort of jackets or anything of the sort. There is a single nightstand table and what looks like a small little table that one could eat at with a single chair. And there is a trunk, a small little trunk at the foot of the bed that is unlocked and open. That has nothing in it and can be used to store things.
So,
And there's a window at the back of the room, sorry.
gonna take a quick peek out the window.
It's dark out, the snow is falling down. See some folk walking about the streets outside. Mostly individuals, dressed for the cold and just moving about at the night. There's a folk in there's a folk in black cloak moving about the streets and so on and so forth.
So I have an additional job opportunity. I thought I should at least inform you of it, if not whether or not you come along.
Okay.
And offered a good sum of money and garnishing a valuable source of favor for finding out what is in the back of the carriage of the people that pass through here today. Ideally, bringing back one of their fancy swords as evidence that was actually seen.
I mean, I don't want to discourage, opportunities and such, but that crowd caused you quite a bit of hassle earlier today. You sure
I
it's
also
worth...
simply...
Well, you sure it's worth diving back into that when we're already signed up to didn't get more money than we've ever seen?
Still going to need more. And having in favor is a resource hard to value with coin. I wasn't going to discourage you for coming with me if you wanted to, but you don't have to. I will be... Well, I can do this, and I'm going to cast Disguise Self on me and make myself look like, I guess for a brief moment, just a random person that I saw over at the King's Coin before we went downstairs.
Okay.
Then change back. And I won't be doing this under my own guise. The idea is to be sneaky and simply take a peek in the back of their carriage.
I mean...
And if possible, get one of their swords, but I'm not fighting them.
I mean, I can tell you what was in the back of the carriage.
What was in the back of the carriage?
A person, or at least person-like thing. Looked like one of them, Except he was totally calm, but definitely all bound up, you know?
So, prisoner, their own kind.
I guess. I couldn't make
If I
out,
don't,
details, but
don't
didn't look like
recover
anything
one
fancy
of
or
the-
worth taking.
I'll recover one of those swords. I'm going to have to prove that I've seen it through magics that can decipher if you're lying or not. And I imagine I need to see it with my own eyes. I don't intend on asking you to come speak with the individual that I made the arrangement with on my behalf. That does mean that hopefully I can just look inside the back. I'll have to look around if it's a person. Makes the job easier.
I mean, I'm not gonna go stopping or nothing. I just no need to do anything too stupid, you know?
I'm not attempting to do something stupid. The person I'd be garnishing favor with for the duration that we're here and for future times we happen to be here would be very helpful. Have them in our corner.
Yeah. Just,
It makes
things
you
are
feel any better.
things are pretty good now. All things considered, and I really don't feel like starting over again.
The intention is just to continue moving forward. This money will simply only add to what we'll get from the city, the town.
All right.
And if it makes you feel any better, Carolina will be going with, as they were employed for the same task. One might say that date was more of a interview.
I don't know why everyone thinks everything's a date all of a sudden. People keep saying that about everything, and what are they talking about?
As well, to be fair, on the account to do with me, I referred to it as a date, but it was a date as in like a time and arrangement, not something romantic. And I just take humor and the assumptions.
All right.
I'm glad to hear your evening went well, though.
Yeah, it certainly went.
Maybe we'll get the opportunity to meet the individual next time.
I don't know. I don't know how much she likes people.
Well, that would mean her and I have something in common.
Yeah, from what I've learned, that typically doesn't make you an excellent, dinner partner. If that's the main quality you share.
I wouldn't intercede on your enjoying of each other's company. Merely would like to meet them. I would likely find something else to do, as I heard Sol did.
I don't know why. She could have hung out too. It's already a lot of people. What's one more?
Someone's feeling crowded. One less can mean a lot sometimes. Maybe that's just me when I'm feeling crowded. Anyways, I didn't want to disturb you for too long. I just simply didn't want to do something like this without you knowing, since we tend to share just about everything.
Well, like I said, I trust you're thinking things through.
Oh, It is either she didn't say it, Jake, or I somehow wrote down the time away from town, but not the direction.
It was north, toward the
okay.
castle.
Oh, the caravan is going to be stopped for a couple of days, about 30 minutes north of here. Probably do my employed job tomorrow evening after we get through with whatever the town has us do for work. Probably after dinner. But
All right.
have our bag. As South just pat the bag that we both have. He will give his sister a hug and a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. Then you head to bed. Alrighty. As everyone heads to bed, Isaac, as you read, what was it called again? I know it's Carcosa, but what is the title of the book?
A song for Lost Carcosa.
There it is, yes. As you find yourself reading what appears to be a strange play that is written out. It's very short, and it looks to be part of a multi-series. As you read of a strange city, lost to the world. One moment. Where black stars hang in the sky and strange moons circle. Atop a throne of waves, Carcosa sits. Where a king tattered in yellow sits upon the forgotten throne of the land. The play appears to be about a man, a bard, who found himself trapped in the strange, somber, lonesome streets of the lost city. You read through it a bit, and again, it's a multi-part series, you can tell, and it's short enough that you read through all of it, in fact. And then you head to bed afterward.
Yeah, if I don't pick up on really anything that relates to anything that I know, I'm guessing it doesn't. It's just a strange play to me right now.
Mm-hmm. It does seem like just a strange play to you right now. As you
So Carcosa is nothing I'm familiar with.
never heard of it before.
And I don't know if I asked. There was no author attached to this book, was there?
There's no author attached to it.
Just a title and just the play.
Just the title and just the play.
Okay.
And
Yeah, and I had.
Okay.
Yeah. I had,
Roll me a sanity saving throw.
hell yeah. My favorite. Yes.
0. That's a bad roll, Jesus, dude.
He has yet to roll good on that shit.
It's not like you're
love mine.
incapable of rolling good either. It's just that, like...
I found most of the time when you have a negative modifier, you hardly ever roll the higher numbers for them.
Yeah. As you sleep, Isaac, you have a horrid dream. Of a man trapped in a cramped, dirty, cold cell, dressed in tatters, clutching himself for warmth, in a fetal position for warmth as he lays in it, as he simply shakes and shakes in the cell over and over. As he drags his arms across the ground, digging his nails into the dirt, and not into the dirt, into the stone, as he just claws against it. Over and over and over and over. You recall visions the man has of past deeds that he has done. Drownings. People he's murdered. People he felt good about murdering. People that he would murder again. If he was not in this cell. If he was given the opportunity. But now he waits. And waits and waits for someone to come along. As you continue to watch him in the cell. As the figure turns and looks toward you. Their faces obscured in darkness as they look out toward you, just a almost like erased by an eraser, just surrounding the entirety of the head, just a blackness staring out at you. As a neutral voice calls out toward you and goes, "I'm waiting for you there. Come and find me." As he begins to approach the cell, as he stands up, his limbs are drawn out, lanky now. He appears to be malnourished. As he approaches the cell, placing both hands upon the bars as he looks out toward you. "Come see me. Come learn what I learned. Soon it will all be revealed." And as you look out toward him, the blackness begins to fade. As the face looks out, starts to reveal, it looks out toward you, Isaac. You don't see a different man than you were expecting. You don't see anyone different, in fact, as you stare directly at yourself behind the bars of this cell, as the figure just smiles a toothy grin at you. And then you shoot up awake the next morning, cold sweat, as if awakening from the nightmare.
Tight.
By this point, you're acclimated to the horrid dreams you've been having, so you don't bane any penalties this time because the dream wasn't comparatively as bad as some of the others. But all of you slowly begin to awaken the next day. As we can do this quickly and easily because I don't want to spend too much time doing things individually. Does anyone have anything that needs to be highlighted during their morning routine as they awaken? Aside from the obvious of Beryl sounding the horn for some individuals. Okay. If that's not the case, then does anything need to be role-played, discuss at breakfast and morning time when all of you are together? As let's say all of you are together now. What do you do if you need to do anything?
Nothing in particular for me.
Did they give us a time? I forget about when the meeting was.
Does anyone else have the time? Oh, there you go.
What'd you say? Noon?
Noon.
Okay. Astrid,
Yes.
are you busy this morning?
No, not particularly.
Would you mind accompanying me to, well, I have a task that I could possibly use your help with.
Sure.
I'll tell you more about it on the way.
Cryptic, but all right.
Anyone else doing anything during the day? Morning? Would that have been away from everybody when you brought that up, Isaac, or would you have done that in front of everyone?
I would do it as soon as I see her. I guess it wouldn't be away from anybody, but everyone would overhear.
If you'd all overhear that then as well. But if no one else has anything to do, what do you guys intend to do before heading out to the meeting?
Well, you said it's morning right now, like 8-ish, probably. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that you're going to try and go somewhere with Astrid. I'm trying to figure out if the others are doing anything.
Okay. Yeah.
So others, let's start. Beryl, you doing anything?
No, I don't think I've got anything. I definitely wouldn't leave the tavern without anybody else. But if depending on what the other people would be doing, I might be with them.
Carolina?
No, I'd probably have breakfast and then just wait for everyone else to go.
Josie? And Silas? And Soul? Starting with Josie.
So it's like 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
After confirming that no one else is really seeming like they're going to go off and do anything else until it's time for us to go to the work meeting, she'd probably take like breakfast back up to her room and work on messing with the big gun to reduce misfires, which is the one I don't need parts for.
Yes. Had you already started doing that?
I had. Not for very long, though. I think I'd only gotten like an hour, maybe 2 into it.
Okay, do you remember if I said how much progress you had?
No.
Okay, so an hour.
Maybe you wrote it down, though.
Check if you wrote down anything about that. Because I recall you rolling decently on it, but not great.
Yeah, that's also what I recall, but...
While she's doing that, Silas.
If you're curious for session, babe, it was session 8 that you were working on your gun.
Silas, do you have anything you're going to do in the morning?
He's going to be... Unless, like, since she's obviously not needing him, Silas will just be reading his book with breakfast and beverages.
Soul.
Pretty much the same, except she's going over her prayer book.
Okay. You got anything on the info, Josie?
No, I didn't write down progress.
That's fine. We can assume you made small amounts of progress. So maybe like 15% done. So why don't you roll me your gun tools or your gunsmithing? Or whatever it's called, whatever we do for this. I think it's the gun tools, right? Or did we do Tinker's tools last time?
I have both, so I think it was the gun one.
It was gun. Because you don't just make guns, you've made other things before, yeah.
I think I have advantage on that.
You want to see if you do?
Yeah, let's see.
I think you have something that gives you advantage on modifying your weapon. While you look for that, Isaac, where are you going to be heading out with Astrid?
Well, if nobody else is doing anything, I would just kind of motion to Astrid to follow me outside of the inn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she'll go.
Okay.
Why are you laughing, Zach?
Suspicious.
And where would you be?
I do, in fact, have advantage.
Okay. I'll let you know in a minute how far you go.
Once we're outside of the inn, I would duck into like the nearest alley that seems deserted, and turn to Astrid and go, "So how good are you at lying?"
Isaac, I'm not even in the alley yet. You just went and started the conversation. Like, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but let me get in there as well before you start whatever secret thing you want to talk about.
Fair enough. Astrid, just come on.
She will play along and go into the alley, though. How good am I at lying?
Yeah.
I'm terrible at lying.
Well.
That was a lie.
Oh shit. Damn, you're really
Exactly.
good at that. Okay, well, this would work.
Yes, I'm alright at lying.
Okay. I'll be straight with you. I kind of just need your face and your presence to help facilitate a bit of a grift.
Who are we grifting?
Maybe sort of the guards at the garrison.
Why are we going to the garrison?
There's somebody I need to talk to.
Who's in the garrison that you need to talk to? We got here yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you see, it's a bit of a... Call it a professional curiosity. I need to talk to the serial killer.
You need to talk to the serial killer.
Yes.
Why do you need to talk to the serial killer?
It's a professional curiosity.
You say that, but that's not an answer.
He may be related to somebody I know, and it could be important. In fact, I know it's important.
Alright, then that's what you have to tell me, because you just have to give me a good reason, and then I'll help you.
I was hoping you could just help me, just, out of professional courtesy.
Not talk to a serial killer, no. I would help you, move a couch.
I mean... you don't need to talk to the serial killer. You can wait outside. I need you to help me get to talk to the serial killer.
No, I understand that bit. I'm just... Professional courtesy only goes so far. I hope you understand that. But if it's important, then yes, I can help you.
Okay, I really appreciate that, because honestly, you're very reliable. You fit the part.
You.
And my mouth could get me in trouble sometimes.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Do you have any more information for me? What serial killer exactly?
Well, the only one that is, in the garrison.
So the one that was in the newspaper yesterday?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any other additional information about him? If I'm going to get you in there, I'm going to need to know... I'm going to need to seem like I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I have a bit of a plan, and I'll key you in on it, but...
Okay, I may completely scrap your plan, but go ahead.
Okay, that's fair. So, I have this autograph. I have an autograph of Tanta Fion.
Okay.
And I could do this little trick, and I pull out my notebook, rip out a page, and scribble in his handwriting using illusionary script.
Can you do that? You can write in his handwriting?
Yes, it's I could link you the spell. I looked it up last week. Where'd it go?
I love how much thought and work you put into this.
I've been planning this for a little bit.
Okay.
So I know what his handwriting looks like, and I know what his signature looks like. I could use this to get us a pass, maybe, sort of, into the garrison. If that doesn't, that's kind of my last resort plan, to be honest, because I don't want to use this guy's handwriting without permission. I think that could probably get me killed. But
we have the judge's symbol. You do remember that, right?
yeah, but this is also a thing that I want to keep on the down low. If people know that I'm talking to this serial killer and take an interest in him, they may, I don't know, suspect me of something. I'm just covering my bases.
Isaac, have you been a serial killer before I met you?
No.
Insight check.
He was a serial killer the whole time.
He never stopped. It's a trick question.
Oof.
Oh, it's a bad one. I'm really bad at insight checks with Isaac for some reason. Every time I ask him if he's okay after he's had a bad dream, I'm like, well, he seems like he's okay.
It's how he gets away with all the murders.
Who knows?
All right.
So that's my last resort plan. My first plan of action is that I'll pretend to be a journalist from Praxmore. I have these newspapers. They could serve as props.
Okay.
And I could say that I'm a journalist from Praxmore and that I want to do an interview with the serial killer. I mean, serial killing is not something that, just happens. It'd be if I was a journalist, it would be a big story.
You're making this much too complicated.
No, I'm just setting up a persona. The deeper it goes, the harder it will be for them to figure it out.
That is not true. The more details you give, the harder it is to maintain.
Well, I've thought about this for a little bit, and I'm just saying, I think this plan...
Do you want to actually succeed, or do you want to play pretend?
If I could do both, that'd be awesome, but the first one mostly.
Okay.
Okay, but so here's what I was thinking. I could pretend to be a journalist. You could pretend to be my apprentice. And with the two of us together, we could possibly get a story. And then if that doesn't work, we could say, well, I didn't want to do this, but then we pull out the autograph from Satanta, and he's a knight of Praxmore, and, that would kind of scare them. But, I'm open to constructive criticism.
Saying I hate all of it is not constructive, is it?
I mean, that's not constructive. That's judgmental. And a little mean. Because I've thought about this for a little bit.
I don't want you to be in the garrison next to the serial killer, is all. You understand that, right?
I do understand. I don't want that either.
Okay. Okay, we can give it a go, and if you would really like to do it your way, we can try.
No, I brought you in on this.
If I start to take over the conversation, you have to let me, because otherwise you're going to end up in jail.
I trust you.
Okay.
And like I said, I brought you in on this because I thought that your input would be valuable. And I see that I'm right. That it was a good call.
Would you like to dress up a little bit?
I mean, I don't know. I've got glasses. I think I could look like a journalist.
It's less about looking like a journalist and more like looking not like yourself. Even if your face doesn't change, just by changing the way you dress and the way you carry yourself, you can look like a different person.
That's a good idea. Do you think we should do fake names too?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you were the one who said you didn't want to get it too deep because then it would be harder to maintain.
It is harder to maintain that way.
Well, again, I'm asking you. I mean, I'm not the best liar. That's why I brought you in on this.
Boy.
I really need to talk to this guy. It's extremely important. And that is the God's honest truth.
All right. Fake names would be preferable, considering we're going to be here for a while. What's a name that you would, be able to respond to without hesitating, but is very different from Isaac?
I have a few, and that may concern you.
Okay, well, let's stick one for right now.
I have
Just
a few
one.
ideas, too. I mean, I could pretend to be one of the journalists in these papers.
That's a bad idea.
I mean, they don't know these people.
They might.
Not if they're from...
This is a local newspaper, yes?
No, these newspapers are from a bunch of different towns. From the area, yes, but not local. There's only one of these papers that is local.
All right, what name do you want to use?
Felix Hammerstein.
Felix Hammerstein. All right.
Yes.
Okay. I suppose just call me Annie then.
Annie. Okay.
And you're set. This is the way you want to do this.
Like I said, I brought you in on this. I brought you in on this
You
gig.
did, but you seem very resistant to most of my suggestions.
No. Like I said, I'm open to criticism. I just like you haven't come up with an alternative. Like if you have one, I'm willing to
My
hear it.
alternative was using the judge's symbol and saying we're concerned that the serial killer may be connected to another case further down in the country.
But
And we
why
want
would
to
they
speak
let
with
us?
people out.
You think the judge's symbol would be enough to get us specifically in?
Me, yes. If you're
Hmm.
quiet, you as well. But like I said, you seem resistant to using the judge's symbol.
Jake, would the judge's symbol, is it like just a generic judge symbol, or does it say like where the judge does it say like the Providence or whatever, like where the judge is from? Does it identify?
It identifies the judge that gave it to you, and it also identifies that you were of help in an investigation, and you are considered an ally to that judge and an ally to the church as well.
All right, that's not a bad idea. I can see.
Thank you.
I could definitely see how that could work. If we go in, what the judge was from which town again?
I don't remember.
It's
one of our early ones.
Yeah, it was one of the early ones.
Arbington.
It might.
Arbington?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. If we say that we're investigators from Arbington, and we're looking for a connection to a case, that could possibly work. You think we should go in and play good cop, bad cop? Good guard,
I
bad
thought you just
guard?
wanted me to help you get you in. Do you want me to interrogate him as well now?
No. I'm thinking about personas.
Oh, all right.
All right. I think yours is pretty simple, but I still want to be Felix Hammerstein.
Okay, that's fine, I guess. I
Although
still think fake names are a good idea.
Although, actually, could I forge traveler's identification with illusionary script?
You'd need a forgery kit as well to make it properly.
Do I have that? I don't think I do.
As well, as much as I'm enjoying this, I need to confirm something very quickly. I'd like to go a
Yeah,
bit
go for
later,
it.
because I want to get us to the point where I wanted us to stop. If that's not possible for some of you, that's fine. That's why I'm trying to find out now if it is possible for us to go to at latest 11:30.
My job is delayed as of now and could possibly be canceled, so I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I might be going in late anyway. So
Okay. Does anyone have
I
an
am
issue?
going in late, so it's good.
Okay. Anyone have an issue?
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Besides that, I'm good.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Go on. Continue.
You're talking about your fake name again.
I was talking about my fake name.
Felix Hammerstein.
Well, it would be more closer to the truth if we did say that we were, acquaintances of the judge and we have their symbol. So if we throw some truth in there, could get us caught up, but it could also help us get in.
I find lying as little as possible is usually the best way to do it.
All right. Okay. We'll try it your way.
All right.
So what are
Do you want to do this now, or?
We could do it now. We could do it. I don't know how long this meeting is going to take, and if we'll have to do work afterwards. But the sooner that we get this done, the better.
Well, I have business this evening, but aside from that.
Well, the thing is this guy's execution, at least according to Tika, and I'm inclined to believe her, won't be for as long as the Winter Remembrance Festival is going on, because they don't want to have a public execution while the festival is being held.
Okay, fair.
But who's to say this guy isn't going to swallow his own tongue in jail or something like that?
Does that happen?
I don't know. I've read stories.
Jake, where do you want to get to?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, because
Just
is it okay if we do this now?
play as you want to play.
Okay.
This is not a matter of what's okay and what's not.
Okay. I suppose now would be fine. I have a couple sets of clothes you can wear.
So what are you guys doing?
You know what? We'll hold off. We'll
Hold off for now. All right. Okay, think it's over.
So you're not
But
doing it now.
No, but I'm glad you're on board. I'm glad you're enthusiastic, because that's what matters.
Is this enthusiasm?
I mean, you're willing to help me. That's enough enthusiasm for me.
I just don't want you to die or go to jail.
Well, that's good enough for me.
All right.
So you guys aren't doing it now. You're gonna go back to the group,
I guess not. Okay.
and you're gonna wait and go to the meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll go to the meeting first, at least.
I'm gonna go pee, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't know how many awkward passerbyers were watching us stand in the mouth of an alley, just
No,
yelling.
We're in the alley.
Anthony was so in character, and I love it.
Yeah, he's in character as Anthony.
That's Anthony.
I know
Anthony,
you're
who,
gonna play this.
Anthony who has lied, cheated, and stole. Well, maybe not steal. I wouldn't steal. But has lied and cheated to get a story.
You're a coward for not picking your journalism fake name to be your own name.
You're super
I almost
right.
did that. I almost picked my fake name to be Alex.
I need to be a journalist? What if I'm Anthony?
Anthony DeRosa. Ooh, it's sexy. I like it.
That
I
sounds
don't
like the name
usually-
a journalist would have.
I usually don't get to play the straight character, so that's very fun. I'm usually the one people are trying to rein in.
No, you gotta have all the brain cells in this one.
I gotta have all the brain cells, because Silence doesn't have them either, as we saw.
I cannot believe that you would not invite the best speaker in your group, Josie, along on this very delicate mission.
I don't know. Shoots guard.
You know, you just walk in and be like, I need to talk to the murderer. Why? Oh.
I don't know.
Reasons.
Now.
Confirmed it has started snowing here. So,
Zach ran away.
I'm
yeah,
back.
he has to get the dog.
Okay.
How bad is it snowing there?
I
Not
don't, Ben
bad.
is not back yet.
Need more snow.
Okay. Let's give Ben a second to get back here. And then we're going to cut to you all going to the meeting.
Yeah, but Eliza and Isaac talking together would be insane. They would just feed each other.
Figuratively and literally.
Exactly. It's just... It would just escalate so badly.
Escalators, escalators, escalators.
Okay, our backstory. We used to date, but we don't anymore. We're really good friends now, but there's still that little bit of like tension we haven't resolved yet. It's like
If there was only one bed, things would really like.
Oh my god, there was only one bed.
We're
Oh
staying
my
at the
God.
hotel. There's only one bed, and it's really bringing back the spark in our old relationship. And you walk up and say exactly that to the guard.
I don't know if I'm ready to love again.
One day Ben will return.
I think his bathroom's just a black hole.
One day my Ben Pie will come back from the war.
Or doubles as like a
Alright,
mystery
that's gonna be
spot,
session,
you know?
guys. Hope you all had fun.
Oh no!
I ruined it, I'm sorry.
You said the cursed
We'll
word.
pick up next week with the execution arc.
James Massa.
Again?
Serial killer. Is it by guillotine though?
Well, we
James
get to
Master is the
pick.
name of the serial killer.
I really want to know where the guillotine plays in here.
I'm gonna give him a couple more.
Is someone thrashing?
Oh, you
Having
know
a
it.
thrash!
Okay. I could hear her thrashing.
Yeah, George, you know?
Jake, please. By the way, I've never seen the Return the Slab episode. I've only heard Jake say that.
Oh, really? That's a shame. That's such a good.
It's just from Jake going, "What's your offer?"
What's your offer?
Your offer.
Look at us.
Turn the slab.
I mean, every episode of that show is good.
I was scared of Courage the Cowardly Dog.
That's
because
totally fair.
You are a coward.
Terrifying show.
The one episode that I watched in full was the one where they got hypnotized to get really fat by eating
Yes,
like cheese
the plan.
products, and that
The plan.
scared me so bad.
Yeah. You're living in a fantasy world, dog.
I was like, I can't do that. I can't
Alright,
go
we're
here
just
anymore.
gonna
Goodbye.
we're just gonna go because Ben's in the realm.
James, are you here still? Okay.
James
Just
never
wanna make sure.
left. As you all gather together and head to go to the meeting, is there anything you need to discuss before you head out and arrive there?
Nope.
Alrighty. As you all travel, perfect timing on Ben. Perfect timing, Ben. They're heading out to go to the meeting right now, all of you. Is there anything you need to say to everybody before you head out to the meeting?
Nope.
Okay. Then you all begin to head toward the Temple of Law. As you arrive there and approach the doors, the one of the people sees you and goes, "Ah, you're expected. This way, please. Meeting is about to begin soon." As you would be led to the meeting room, as you would arrive inside a large rectangular room with a large table, enough to sit about what looks like 20 people or so. As you are brought in, and there are, sorry, not 20 people, about 8 people, about 15 people could be sat there. As you arrive inside, and there are several individuals waiting amongst there. Firstly, some individuals that you recognize. The mayor, of course. The drow woman, Alvala Ilsani. Satanta. And what looks like that lizard folk woman that was called out to him before. Oh.
Horrifying.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Did that happen to anyone else?
Yeah, we lost
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
4 people.
One. Happened to everyone else, I think.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I think Discord just crashed,
That
right?
was the that was
I
the
would
dis-
say
that
it
was-
was an East Coast server thing, but Karina and Zach
Yeah.
are on the East Coast.
that was a descending into the realm right there. Nonetheless, okay. As I was saying, the mayor, the drow woman, Ilsani, the councilwoman, Satanta, and the lizard folk woman that was called out to him the other day while they were standing in the bar, in her armor. And that ends the people you recognize, in fact. Aside from one person that Sylus recognizes, the gnome woman that I described last session, Guard Captain Galtra, as she stands there looking a bit miffed as she looks about the room. Then, there is several new people. First, there is what looks like a red dragonborn dressed in noble-ish clothing, with what looks like a fur hat atop his head as well. His clothes are of a red and gold color, and he looks rather affluent. And he wears a symbol on his chest of what looks like a scale being measured by what looks like gold on one side and what looks like various wares on the other, like swords, food, other sorts of mercantile goods being weighed on the other side as well. As he stands there with a sort of jovial look on his face, looks a bit not as muscular as you expect from a Dragonborn. A lot of Dragonborn are built very big. He's not as big as other Dragonborn, especially for the two that had just recently met Stark, who is massive even for Dragonborn. Then, there is... I think that's it, isn't it? Yes, that is, actually. As that's the only other person that you did not recognize here, I suppose. Uh-huh. Yes. As the mayor would welcome you all, as he would go, good, you've arrived. Good. You all can take a seat. We're going to start here in a minute. Okay.
Sit down.
Satanta would wave toward all you and give you a nod. As all of you would sit down, the mayor would begin talking as she would go, right. I'm glad you all are here, so we can finally begin our preparations for Winter Remembrance Festival. Not as many people here for the workers as I expected, unfortunately. But as you know, for those of you that are here with us working, I'm the mayor, Mayor Serpentstone. And these other two individuals may introduce themselves if they would like. As the Dragonborn chimes up, he goes, certainly. As he looks to you all and goes, I am Forrest Tohan. I am a representative of the Merchants Guild. I'm glad to have you all here to assist us in our building and setting up of the festivities. And then the gnome woman rolls her eyes as he goes, I'm Guard Captain Galtra, as some of you will already know. As her eyes would move to Sylus for a moment. Hopefully you're here to help. Know that if you cause any trouble while trying to help, I'm going to be pissed about it. As the mayor goes, God, Captain Galtra, you could be a bit kinder to the individuals that are helping us with preparations. Yes, I mean, there's so little of them. As she goes, I'm being very kind. Thank you, Mayor Serpentstone. I think it'll be fine. As he just looks there, he gives her a glare, and the mayor goes, yes, of course, apologies, God, Captain. So, a plan is simple for this. We have several groups here. The Merchants Guild, represented by Forcia, who, obviously represents all the stores, the market district here, who will be helping all of the local businesses with their decorating and all of the other miscellaneous things that'll need to be done. Unfortunately, I thought we'd have a bit more people, so I thought that we'd be able to assign people to do different things. Unfortunately, it seems like that won't be the case. It seems like we're all going to have to be helping the Merchants Guild either way, as we don't have enough people to divvy up to not helping at all. As the Dragonborn man climbs up, he goes, it'll be difficult work. There's a lot of places here, there's a lot of stores and such, so we'll need help helping them out with their own peculiar things. I hope you all are equipped to do that. It shouldn't be too bad, though. It's hard work, but it's nothing complicated, just physically exhausting and taxing at times. Then she goes on and goes, yes, as he said, as well, we have Guard Captain here, if you'd like to tell them what you would be needing from them. As she goes, yeah, I can tell them. I don't really think I need anything from you people, but on the slim chance that I believe any of you are competent or trustworthy enough, I could possibly use help enforcing some regulations and keeping things safe. Security at these events, making sure people are aware of certain things, and, well, reporting people that aren't following regulations and such. If you could do that. We'll see how that works out first. Don't really think I need any of you newcomers here. Looks over to Satanta. Probably just good with you and, your two... Boy, she looks over to him, and she looks over. Where's your, apprentice, Knight Satanta? As he just shrugs, he goes, "Oh, he's out, probably, doing whatever he's like somewhere. He didn't seem too interested in the work, honestly. I guess he decided it was not, best for him to be doing." The guard captain eyes him and goes, "That seems a bit irresponsible. I mean, you came here with him to do it. Aren't you gonna bring him back and tell him he needs to work? He's your apprentice." And he just goes, "Nah." Rolls her eyes. Whatever. Anyway, like I said, my work's a bit more complicated. Gonna need to at least see that some of you are competent before I trust any of you with it. And the mayor goes,
Jake, can we get a spelling on the Red Dragonborn's name?
"I'm so sorry, yes you can. But that doesn't mean you will." No, I got it in a second.
That was pretty close.
No. 1 second, sorry. And then, the mayor goes, and then, me and, Councilwoman, Isani here as a... Councilwoman, Ilsani stops, so she goes, "It's no longer Councilwoman. Just Ilsani, or just Alvala is fine." As she goes, "As you say, Lady Alsani," as the councilwoman just shakes her head and sighs. "We are working on more of the public zones, trying to find people to help set up, decorations for the public districts of the town, such as the garden. The garden needs some work done. We need to set up some things in the garden and such, and little things regarding that as well, and all sorts of other things. There's no need to raise your hand. I'm just going over things right now. We don't need to talk about it yet. I'm just trying to update everyone on the situation." But the garden, the temples, and all sorts of other things. Public districts. The town itself is under our jurisdiction. The gates, we're going to have to set up stuff for the goats. They're mostly done, but the things that still need to go up. It's a very important work. Very important. Does anyone have any questions?
Well, I'm gonna look to Isaac. Like, what about that fellow with the Raven Queen statues?
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. I'll bring that up. I guess maybe at the end of the meeting. But thank you, Barrow. You're
No. How about? I feel like. Why not now?
Excuse me.
Yes, you don't have to raise your hand. We're not in school or
It's
anything.
polite.
I
I believe that last year there was an issue with getting some of the Raven Queen statues set up. Has that been added to the list of things to do?
I see you've spoken. I see you have spoken. You have spoken to you've spoken to Ronless, Mr. Perpetor. Then I'm sure he is very concerned about it. The Raven Queen statues I consider to be very important, and we will try to get it done. But there are other things that are just as important that we need to get done, and there's so many others. Yes, it's on the list.
So how do we get about figuring out what we're doing when out of this assortment of things?
As the Dragonborn force types up, she goes, "Well, if I could speak, Mayor, apologies for possibly cutting you off. As she goes, no, please speak. She goes, well, usually we'd divvy up work by having people at these festivals going to different sorts of, sections and doing things. That's how we start, usually. But unfortunately, with the lack of people here, due to reasons we probably all understand, it's going to require a bit more of creative work. So, I propose that today we should get started on some of the bigger major businesses of the town, all of us here, and then, after we have concluded with that, we can start divvying up work into different sections the next day. Because I believe, as many here will say, that our big stores and our most appealing and drawing in businesses of this town is our most prominent feature, and the feature that should be heightened the most, certainly, in my opinion. As the mayor goes, I don't necessarily disagree, and because of that, I will say that that is fine, and that is what we can do today.
Jake,
Yes.
is there anything in the book that I read that like indicated what the like most important part of the festival
The
usually
Raven
is?
Queen.
Yeah, okay.
The festival is about the Raven Queen, about honoring the dead, and about celebrating the history of your family and such, and the history of the Raven Queen.
Beryl would chime up. Actually, I have been reading this really good book that expressed that the Raven Queen is probably the most important part of the festival, so we should probably focus on that first, don't you think?
No offense, dear girl. I don't want to insult your religious beliefs or anything of the sort. And I certainly respect the Raven Queen, and I respect the religious aspect of the holiday as well. But, well, realistically, nobody celebrates Winter Remembrance for that anymore, and realistically, in a time such as this, where war is rampant and we don't know what will possibly happen in the coming days, we need to make sure that our capital is intact so that we could make sure we're earning money so that our people can survive and live throughout the days. Especially with the winter coming. It was dreadfully cold yesterday, so I don't want to have anyone forcibly possibly taken out of their homes because they don't have the money to support themselves.
The moment he says money, Beryl just rolls her eyes in exhaustion.
So again, while I certainly respect the religious aspect of it, we need to focus on the more grounded realities of things. I don't think the Raven Queen herself is going to come down and be offended at us for us saving her for last, but at least trying to remember what it's all about.
Her son might, though.
I was gonna say that, but yeah.
Please. Unlikely.
We talked to him like 2 days ago.
Oh, you're speaking to the Guardian of the Forest, then?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The man doesn't come down for anything, generally. You must have done something to really get his, eye.
Yeah, he gave us presents.
Nonetheless, we'll be fine. Like I said, we can get to the religious part of it first, but first we need to make sure about the lives of our people first.
Right, well, so what exactly does it entail? The statues?
The statues for Mr. Perpetor?
Mm-hmm.
You would have to ask him.
Is it just setting it up, or I look to the mayor? What needs to be done?
He just wants the statuettes of the Raven Queen placed about the town. Look, it's important. But let's start working together through the tougher tasks first. So that we can get them done, and then leave the easier ones for later.
If I might add, if they're just little little statuettes, like you said?
They are not little.
Oh.
How big are they?
Like as big as him. He points over to Satanta. He's like 6'4", 6'5".
And how many of them are there?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if it's a matter of carrying them, I'm pretty strong. I could probably pick them up and put them where they need to go.
Look. It's important. I said it was important. But I'm also telling you what is also important and more difficult. If it's just as easy for you to pick it up and carry them, we should save it for last. Because then it will be easier to get done quicker. Meanwhile, the more difficult tasks that take more time, we need to start earlier so that they get done before the festival starts, so that we don't possibly have a disaster where the festival has started and we don't have the more difficult things set up, and...
Well, perhaps we could do it first thing in the morning tomorrow, because I feel if we save it till the last, I might be too tired.
Look,
Beryl,
I'm the one
perhaps we
hiring
should
you.
just... Yes, perhaps we should just do the work that we're being hired for.
Look.
There's some extra task that any of us feels is extra special. We have our own free time as well.
Well put. Very well put. I think it's important, and we'll get to it eventually, but if you think the goddamn statues are that important, you can
I
get
don't know if
to
you
it.
should use those words when it refers to the
Please
cult.
don't interrupt me. I'm the one hiring you and paying you.
I'm sorry.
Do it in your own free time if you have a problem with when I put it in the schedule. As the Lady Ilsani chimes up, because a harsh way to put it, Mayor Serpentstone. Please calm yourself. There's no reason to overreact to this. She looks out to you all as she goes, "It's kind that you wish to help Mr. Perpetor, but I agree with the mayor's more grounded and view on this, whereas more difficult tasks need to be started before simpler ones can be considered as well. If you wish to attempt to go help him earlier in the morning, however, or after other work has finished for the day, I would have no issue coming and assisting you, bringing the statues in. I just think it is a smart move to get started on more difficult things first."
Beryl will just shrug.
That aside, the Dragonborn chimes up. Are we all good on the idea of handling our biggest money bringers first, and then moving on to smaller ventures and dividing up the next day? As he looking to the mayor and the guard captain, as the mayor goes, yes, of course. And the guard captain goes, I really don't care what you do. As he goes, excellent. So, we're going to get started working today. We'll start moving about in different buildings, setting up the decorations and such, and getting in whatever they need to get in. And then we're going to have to split up, actually. You all came together, right? As he points to the 8 of you.
Yes.
Perfect. So you've worked together before? Are you companions, or just randomly showed up together?
We've done work together in the past.
Good. There's a shipment of things that needs to be brought in later today from the Fox's scriptorium. You see, she gets scrolls made of these, you could think sort of like prestidigitation or thaumaturgy-like spells. They're a bit less useful than that. It's just for show. Think of kind of like a minor illusion, but just geared toward entertainment. These are big crates of these scrolls that are coming in. If you all could go there and help with the group of guard that's going to be escorting that from the building to here later, because they're very heavy. After you've finished with the initial work we have, I'd very much appreciate that.
Can I insight check him on what he said is in the crates?
Yeah. He certainly seems to believe that's the case.
Okay. This is the first task that we're doing then.
No, it would be after we start with the decorations of some of the buildings here.
All right.
The shipment is not finished until later in the day. We have about 4 to 5 hours before it arrives. And he looks over to the guard captain and goes, and I trust your guard are still good to receive and escort the crates. She goes, yeah. Though I don't know why my guard need to be involved, you know. I'd like to think guard would have to be involved in a bit more serious things in the city. But who am I to argue with everyone inside this little makeshift shit council? I guess I'm just the fucking guard captain. As the Dragonborn goes, as per usual, Captain Gulcher, you are a very, very vulgar woman. As she goes, and you're a fucking pompous prick, dude. Look, I don't care about any of this. You'll get my guard at the scriptorium, and they'll get it wherever it needs to be. Do whatever you need to do today. I'll be back tomorrow, and maybe if some actual work that's important comes up, I'll ask some people to do that. I think I'm done here, though, as, I don't know if you know this, kinda got a lot of shit going on at the garrison. As the Dragonborn man sighs and shakes his head as the mayor goes, you're free to leave if you would like, Captain Gulcher. Thank you once again for your time, and I apologize for inconveniencing you. It appears you're very upset, and I'm sorry for that. As the guard captain just goes, yeah, I'm sure you're sorry about a lot of things, lady. As he goes to leave. Satanta just, is kind of, you see a smirk on his face while that was happening, and he's just kind of whistling to himself. As, the mayor goes, right. Do you all have any issues starting work now?
No?
Then, why don't we go and get things started? I'm looking at the time now, it's 11:35, we're going to end right now. Okay?
Okay.
As that is going to be the session. I hope you all had fun, as we will pick up again next week with you all getting to the work of Wolford. Will it just be small, menial work that you will do and get paid for? You know, just decorating things, moving things about? Or is there perhaps something a bit more sinister in store in this town? I don't know. But we shall see.
I think we should commit a crime so
As
the
I
guard
hope-
lady has something to do.
I hope you all had fun. We will pick up next week. I'm going to say goodbye to the stream if you all want to say goodbye to them as well.
Bye,
Bring
stream.
a model up there.
All right. I will be back in a moment as I'm going to go say goodbye. So, be right back. Alrighty. Just me. If you enjoyed watching along today, please follow and stop by next week where we will continue where we left off with this humble little adventure of our adventurers putting up decorations for a town. Perhaps. Nonetheless, thank you all for watching, and have a good night.